So good day wherever you are this time. I want to say welcome to this live podcast. I'm Patrick Moyer, and this is Kakata City, Myean County, one of the communities in Kakata, the Bowmans Road community, where house believed to be sis bedroom. Fire. The city of Kakata, Myean, as you can see, there's no fire service, and up to present, the fire service guy I get to arrive. Citizens of the community have tried quenching the fire, but it seems to be difficult. And so this is the level of the fire now that they have taken over the entire house. Everyone is just standing looking at the disaster, and there's no way now to quench the fire. This is Kakata, Myean County, and this brings to the total number of 3 houses that have burned since this month. 3 houses just within 2 days time are caught fire, and the fire service team, like I said, no Monday the guys say there is no empowerment, no fire truck, no equipment to help quench fire whenever there is an outbreak of fire disaster. So this is the situation now in Kakata. This is the situation in Kakata, Myean County, along the Bowmans Road. So this is DN News. And Patrick Moyer, as I said, this is Myean County. A house believed to be a 6-bedroom. Just estimating because the owner of the house, we are here to establish contact with the owner or either of the tenant of the house. It's difficult now to interact with either of the residents of the house. And so all those who have come, community dwellers and all from other places, we are just standing observing the house burning. They are trying their possible best. It's difficult now to quench, and so they are just stand up and looking at the incident taking place at the Bowmans Road in Kakata, Myean County. Welcome to this live. Keep following this live podcast. My name is Patrick Moyer. This is DN News in Kakata, Myean County. So, like I said, it is an SOS call to the fire service, the Liberia National Fire Service team. Is an SOS call. There is a need that the fire service team come and see how best they can address this situation. So wherever you are, if you are working with the Liberia National Fire Service team, maybe you can make a way, but the house is already damaged. As you can see, all of the roof has been eaten up by the fire, and just the building standing up. They might fall any moment from now due to the tension.
Liberia TV, True FM.
Liberia TV, True FM. On Liberia TV, into True FM 96.1.
What's the meaning of the black barrel?
The black barrel is to tell Joseph Bakala, if you don't organize yourself in a grateful manner, we'll give you a better life.
You might say what you want to say, but for us, we are here to make sure we build our country, that we are respected. We have donors that are coming because of the confidence.
News Summary of 12. My name is Hansen Der Capuchin. Welcome to News and Analysis, 30 minutes of news presentation about Liberia, Africa, and our one world. Presenting this newscast is proudly sponsored by Orange Liberia and EcoBank Liberia Limited.
How is life after the presidency?
But before the presidency, the same life, that's what you see. I have a different life. You know, when I was not president, this life, that's what I live, you know, with my family and
I have a lot of interest in the health sector, the educational sector, and the agriculture sector. Both connecting those things.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. We want to inform you at this time on the ground of the Democratic Coalition for Democratic Change. Without delay, I have the pleasing duty to present to you the chairperson, Augusta Changa Koho, gospel attention for some former officials of government. Why clearly political government contended the opposition.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the closing argument. Today is January 9th, 2025. It's a pleasure to be on the closing argument. We are live on Facebook, on the social media, YouTube, on the radio in Monrovia, Truth FM, and also being simulcast on various community radio stations across the country. And as we told you, tonight our guest is the official principal deputy spokesman of the government of Liberia and deputy minister of public affairs, the Honorable Daniel Osando, the tough-talking, progressive firebrand deputy minister will be our guest tonight. He will be interacting with the panelists and the Liberian people through phone calls. He will be discussing the challenges, the successes of the government first year, the road ahead, and also discussing trending national issues. We urging everyone to accord the minister due respect and courtesy. You may disagree with his points or his position, but any attempt to offer insults or disrespect will not be tolerated. If you disrespect or try to insult him, you will be blocked because we will not allow the platform to be reduced to insults and denigrating public officials. You can criticize them with all insults. You are right to disagree and support whoever you support, but not to offer insults and disrespect to those we invite on the platform. We are very serious about that, and we're going to enforce it to this strictly. So, in the next few minutes, we'll bring the minister on stage, and we'll begin our program with him. So, yes, sit tight, get ready for another interactive and interesting conversation on the closing argument. As you're aware, most people, as we all make it clear that this platform is not an opposition platform, it's not a government platform, it's the people's platform. Most times people have been skeptical, especially the government officials of coming here because they believe that we are pro-opposition, anti-government. But the former Minister of Commerce, he made his debut here, Minister Modad, the Public Works Minister, Roland Giddings, also been here. And I've gotten assurance from the press secretary that she will make her appearance prior to the President's State of the Nation address. Also, and the Minister of Information also, which is the minister who coming today, his boss, also said he will be coming at the appropriate time. But to see the official deputy spokesperson of the Liberian government to be coming here tonight, we should know that this is a new beginning, a new era where we have exchanges with government officials and to articulate the government positions and the message to the Liberian people. because mostly I will agree that most of our viewers and the audience that watch this program they are mostly from the opposition end, and so that's why most of the time the viewers are very critical to the government. But as a panel, we would like to stay above the fray and try to be objective as possible. So sit tight, get ready, and the program will begin in a short while. I see the minister is already seated. He's already seated. He's been seated for a while. We'll be bringing him in very shortly. So the other panelists will be joining us soon. So get ready and let us prepare to move on. So without no wasting time, we'll now bring in the Deputy Minister of Public Affairs and official Deputy Spokesperson of the ruling Unity Party-led government of Liberia, the Honorable Daniel Osando. Happy New Year, Mr. Minister, and Happy New Year first, and then I'll ask you how's the family, how are you doing, and how's everything at your end?
Well, many happy return, Tomalin, and it's good to be on your platform. This is my first time here, and I appreciate the fact that Liberians and people like you are engaging the discourse not from a destructive perspective, but from the perspective of having a constructive dialogue geared toward moving the country forward. Now, I heard you saying that this is not an opposition platform, it is not a government platform. From the Ministry of Information, we have vowed that we'll be open to every Liberian, those who are critical of the government, those who liberal view about the government, those who are, opposition to the government. I told my friend Abraham Myean that I'm open to going on his show so we can discuss some of the issues. I should have gone on Sickle Sherry's show yesterday for the third time, but then I had a conflicting schedule, so I couldn't go there. It all boils down to our determination to have a country that every Liberian voice will matter. Whether you support the government, whether you don't support the government, you need to be given the opportunity to be heard, except that we have always urged people to do that respectfully. And I like the caveat that you sounded from the beginning of the show. People must be voiced out respectfully. For some of us who now find ourselves in position of leadership, we have a duty to also respect your opinion. You don't have to agree with the government. You have a role to play because your criticism will help to strengthen our resolve as a government to move the country forward in the right direction. So yes, it's good to be here. I just thought to say that because we are open to talk to every Liberian. We can't do on one group of people because we believe that they don't support the government. That is wrong. And that's why you see in a very short timeline the number of radio stations over the last 11 months, media entities, new media entities that have been created, very unprecedented, because the government is not going to weaponize against the media like others did. We will continue to create the fertile ground for the media to thrive in Liberia because the country been through that route before where people thought they could suppress freedom of expression. It helped us. The end result was to have us being plunged into a 14 years brutal civil conflict. Today that we've come of age, we've managed our way through the arches of civil war. We're trying to rebuild our country. We cannot again revert to those subversive tendencies that tend to suppress people who don't agree with the government. So yes, the media will continue to thrive under this leadership because it is our determination to give every Liberian opportunity to be heard.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Sano. Again, it's a pleasure on behalf of the closing argument to have you making your debut on our platform. We appreciate the level of cooperation that we have established in the last year or so. You have been very receptive to us, our correspondent in Liberia. He attends your weekly press conference, MICAD daily briefing that happened at the Ministry of Information weekly. You have been very courteous and shown respect to us, and we appreciate that. Also, I'd like to welcome one of our panelists, the neo-progressive comrade Pewee, Sylvester Pewee. Happy to see Pewee on the platform tonight to be engaging you too. But maybe I'll
Sylvester, are you serious?
What?
I'll get people to understand.
Are you serious?
No, I'm very because you minister and you know your friend. You know your friend again. So I want to tell you that we'll get French again. So I say you minister and French is small. Let's keep it going that way.
I mean, last time you were here, we had a very healthy conversation, but I didn't see you again, you escaped.
Look at me. Man, good to see you, Mr. Minister.
But Pewee, give your intro before we get the program going.
Just continue. Just give me a few seconds. I missed one or two things. I'll be in a minute. Yeah, okay. So,
Mr. Sandro, we'll get the program going. Mr. Sandro, first of all, let me say, how's what will you say about the UP government first year in power? In the next few weeks, President Garguah will be delivering his second State of the Nation address to the Liberian people. What would you say your first year in office? And people have been greeting you. You have been getting grades from across the political landscape, and most of the grades that have been coming have been very low. But you're the principal deputy spokesperson, and you're the one who would have all the information because you're the lead. Even though you have a minister, but you're the one who always leading that aspect of the administrative press briefing. What we have to say to the Liberian people about your first year in office?
The first year of the government has been very challenging. We must admit, the first year has been challenging not because we assumed leadership not being prepared to do the work. The first year was challenging because of the system that we inherited. Tomalin, it is expected that when a political transition takes place from one democratically elected government to another, when you go to work the next morning, you will enter an office that is conducive for doing government work. You will have the necessary logistical support needed to move around. You will have the requisite resources to have the work done. Unfortunately for us, we took over a system that was just not challenged from a multi-sectoral perspective. We took over a country whose public affairs system was destroyed by the former government, and that to a greater extent affected the performance of the government in the first year. For example, you go to work, there's no furniture in the office. There's no vehicle. The physical structure of the building bearing the office is dilapidated. You have to raise money to fix the building. You have to go into your own pocket to get a car to go to work. So the challenges were just innumerous. And so when people say, oh, the government didn't perform in the first year and this and that, we're trying to make them understand what we took from the CDC. What we took from the CDC. But in spite of all of these challenges, the first year of the government, even though it was challenged, there has been some remarkable progress. So remarkable progress which we should celebrate as a nation. Take, for example, qualifying for the second compact, which is a massive boost for our country, right? Restoring the country dignity in the Committee of Nations on the international scene. My foreign affairs, he knows what I'm talking about. When countries in the international community were shutting the doors on Liberia because our country again has slapped backward into becoming a pariah state. The passport of the country were in the hands of criminals. Officials of the former government were sanctioned. All of these things affected the reputation of our country internationally. So as a government, we had that obligation to firstly reposition Liberia on the international scene. Look at the civil service, for example. The civil service is one of the sectors that was greatly destroyed by the CDC-led government. What has the government done to repair the damage done to the civil service? There has been significant structural reform in the civil service that has given rise to what we call value for money. All of the ghost employee that was on the payroll that couldn't come to work but were getting government money at the end of the month, they have been removed. And that exercise has enabled the government to increase the salary of 28,400 civil servants as of January 2025. That's a remarkable progress. Look at the Ministry of Public Works, for example. Today, we are discussing RAP and ISA on the first two corridors of the coastal highway, from Buchanan to Sesto Junction and from Sesto Junction to Sesto City. They are beginning to resettle people for the construction of the coastal highway to begin. Things are in the first year of the administration. So, while it's true that it has not all been like honey on the rock, there has been some remarkable progress made by the government in terms of fighting corruption and promoting transparency and accountability. The president has led by example, declared his assets, ensure that officials of the government also follow suit. It's happened. So a lot of good things are happening for our country. You come to Liberia right now, public safety, road safety is a major priority. High quality solar light have been planted across the city center. Morovia is bright. It's a daybreak city because of the good work of the Ministry of Public Works. The police, we have managed to increase police presence, thereby minimizing street crimes across the city center. Because there are people who come from the diaspora, the major concern is their security. And so police presence across the street have increased, thereby minimizing the proportion of street crimes that have been committed in the country. It's a good step. And across sector by sector. The other day at the Ministry of Information, we did a sector by sector accomplishment. Ministry of Finance, for example, we talk about macroeconomic stability. They have managed to reduce inflation to a single digit. They also brought about what we call fiscal decentralization. We now have a revenue sharing agreement with the local government authority that will see 40% of revenue generated in every county going back to the development of that county. This is how we intend to lead. And these are initial steps that the government has taken to ensure that the confidence that the Liberian people that are reposing the government doesn't fall on deaf ear, that the government is working in their interests, even though the first year was challenging. But like we can say in Liberia, if your Christmas will be good, you're not from the Eve. If all of these things and many more that I can say here are happening in the first year of the government, it is sufficient to tell anybody that the next year of the government or the remaining 5 years be better, if not best.
Okay, let me go my second question, then I'll go to Pewee. Okay. Since the last couple of weeks, there have been our network and the Spoon network that.
But before you go to the second question, before you go to the second question, I published something today that I see some of the media outlets are sharing it. It will be a fatal mistake for anybody to begin to make comparison between the first year of this administration headed by His Excellency Joseph Boakai to the first year of the government that was headed by former President Weah. Tomalin, we all know what happened in this country, but maybe some of our friends have forgotten. Let me remind them. Was it not in the first year of the job we had administration that he built 46 condominiums for himself on Ralphie Highway? Was it not in the first year of the Weah administration that he broke down his property across the country and began to rebuild them? Was it not in the first year of the Weah administration that 16 billion of our national currency vanished? Was it not in the first year of the Weah administration that 25 million of tax dollars was taken by somebody and he went down Broad Street and shared it with money exchangers? All of these things happened in the first year of the administration. Today, you have a president who has led by example as far as a fight against corruption is concerned. There are two instances. The folks at the LRRC, when they were reported that they had diverted money meant to repatriate Liberians who were stranded in Ghana back home, what did the president do? He suspended them and subjected them to an LACC investigation. That is leadership by example. The question I'm asking those who are trying to compare oranges and apple here, what did President Weah do when the report pointed out that Samba 12 mismanaged 25 million in the mobile exercise? What did he do? He didn't do anything because he was complicit. He became a co-conspirator in the acts of corruption against Liberian people. So there can be no comparison. There's no parallel. The former government is negative and this government is positive. There can be no comparison. We have to remind the population that these are the same people who instill fear in the civilian population. They have ex-generals and warlords here threatening people like Sylvester Pewee, myself, who are very outspoken. The same people. Today, in this country, regardless of how critical you are, nobody's going to chase after you. You and I know what happened to the 4 auditors. They died in 8 days. 4 auditors. Because the anti-graft institutions were being undermined and co-opted. And those who dared to remain professional were targeted. And some of them had to die under mysterious circumstances. This is the government that we're talking about. So we do appreciate the national discourse, but we also have an obligation to sanitize the national discourse. When people try to misrepresent historical facts, we have to remind them. It is too soon to forget the excesses of the past administration. It is too early to forget. I thought to be that point, Tomalin.
Okay. Several citizens, especially most of them, supported the UP government in the election. They voted for President Boakai. And Spoon Network and our correspondents have been up on the field. And as you know, as you're aware, Spoons were very sympathetic to the UP and helped in the election. But they have been on the field, on the road, soliciting views of Liberian citizens. And most of the citizens that they have been talking to, along with our correspondent, they said that President Weah, former President Weah first year regime was far better than President Boakai. They said that unfulfilled promises, bad economy, disrespect for the rule of law, and bad governance. That's what they made. That's informed the judgment to come up with such analysis. What do you say to these citizens? How do you address that?
But Tomalin, on the economy, I think the first point to one thing that the Barker-led government has managed the economy properly than what the CDC government did. I mean, let's just refresh our memory. In its first year of the CDC, they could not pay Civil 7 on time. They were owing Civil 7 for 3-4 months back. This government has managed to effectively pay Civil 7 as of the 28th of every month. In the first year of the CDC administration, they introduced harmonization. In the first year of this administration, what have we done? We have introduced what we call salary top-ups, increasing the salary of the first 28,000 Civil 7. So I can understand the expectation of Liberians for the government to deliver. But in so doing, we have to be factual in our criticism. I beg to differ with anybody who say that the economy under we was better than the economy now. This government is servicing domestic and international debt, something that we our government never did. So that's why I say all of the facts point to something contrary from what they're saying. It's one thing to be frustrated, and it's one thing to make a factual argument against the government. A government that is servicing domestic debt. When you service domestic debt, what are you doing? You are reinvesting in the local economy. When you pay Civil 7 on time, you are saving them the headache. You are also reinvesting in the local economy. Okay? When you go to service your international debt like we have done, you gain respectability in the international cycle. So, on the economic front, I think we beat Mr. We are in his first year. And it would be grossly unfair for anybody to say that Mr. Weah managed the economy better than President Barker has done. No. If you're managing the economy better than President Barker, how come you cannot pay Civil 7 on time? I was working with the legislature at the time. They could better pay us on time. So how come? So as a government, we have to listen to people. And that's what the president has always done. The president has been a listening leader. When he set up the Office of the War Crime Court, the processes that led to the naming of the individual who was placed there was criticized. What did the president do? He listened. He set up a search committee. That search committee submitted a name to him, and he had nominated a new person. So we have a listening leader. But we also want our citizens to criticize us what the government has done and what the government has not done. To say that we are government better manage the economy than the government, it's not true. It is not true. I mean, I can understand that we all want the government to build the roads, want the government to improve electricity. We want things to get better for the country. But we have to do it in a way that when the government does something, give the government the credit. Because it is the people's government. But to say that somebody who could not pay Civil 7 for 3-4 months manage the economy better than somebody who had managed to pay Civil 7 as of the 28th of every month, then I beg to differ with you.
Yeah. Okay.
So that criticism, maybe it has some political undertone, and that's why we said when you win the election, it's time to govern the country. We are governing the country, and we refuse to be drawn into politics. For those who think that every day is election, they want to talk politics, they can go about their normal business. But as a government, we have a country that is challenged, and we want to address those challenges. By addressing the challenges, we can be on the side of the people.
Okay. Let me get the other panelists involved. That will be interesting. Once again, we have the Deputy Minister of Public Affairs, the official Deputy Spokesperson for the Liberian government, Honorable Daniel San, as our guest tonight. This program is live on 2FM in Liberia. It's on YouTube. Some local radio stations across the country are simulcasting this program, and also on our Facebook page. And so it'll be an interesting night. We have lots of questions to ask the minister. But I will give the opportunity to the other panelists. Let me welcome Comrade Abu S. Kamara from the UP. He's here. He's one of our panelists. We have Benjamin Jonah. He's here. Johnny Ndebi is here too. And want to say, Pewee, you can come with your 2 questions.
Thank you. Before my 2 questions, I just want to set a little basis, then I will just go 1 question, if not, also. Good to see you, Mr. Minister. The last time we met at the Parliament, and I thought it was a meeting spot. Normally we met to have some concern on the country issue. I just wanted to put something. The minister said that the Honorable Minister said that he didn't take pay during the Myean administration for 3-4 months, even at the Liberian Senate. Probably, if it is true that he didn't take pay because from we that serve from the perspective of the executive, that is totally untrue on the most serious note. But if he didn't take pay at the level of the Ministry of the Liberian Senate, the Liberian Senate paying process is different, right? And his own former boss lady, that is the pro tem today, play a major leadership role. They organize the process as to how the local staff take their pay, right? They will have to take decisions to as a major committee member, I think chairman rule or an administration. So probably there were a lot of things that were being done at the time that led to you not taking pay for 4 months at the Liberian Senate, but not the civil service or the general presidential appointees and other functions of the government. I just thought to bring that to your attention quick. Before I can ask, I also thought to bring this issue that you said about the 16 billion. The 16 billion, or no 16 billion missing in the Republic of Liberia. There was a negative propaganda that the Unity Party engaged in at the time. And unfortunately, the court report exhibited, there's exhibit in the court report. And it's very explicit. To come here today as Deputy Minister for Information, these are the same type of issue that's unfolded. There's no 16 billion missing in the history of our country. Nothing absolutely. The issue quickly about the $25 million. Can you talk? I'm trying to fact check these things and debunk. We pre-bunked these things before, but I'm again trying to debunk it so that public will understand that the issue about this $25 million, it was a structural process being done. The Minister of Finance did come up with a detailed process on the way they applied the $25 million. And Mr. Tua and his team did that. On the most serious note, they did that process. So to come out and say they didn't do another thing, but it's a $16 million issue, it was clear by a certified international auditing firm. They certified there were absolutely no money missing. So to come here today and inform our people, this is unfair and very basically disingenuous. Back to the issue about, before I can ask my question, one question I'm going to ask you. Back to the issue about this issue about the economy, that who is controlling the economy, the government that are serving on a serious note. President, we are 1 year into his administration. We had COVID. But what he did, he managed to allow the country to not go into recession. He managed, despite of the Hekenia difficulties and the exhaustion problem, the country economy was still very much stable and manageable under those difficult times, that the global economy came to a standstill. That was an extraordinary performance on a leader that would operate in this kind of a crisis period. I just thought to inform you on that quickly. Then you said something about this payroll issue. That's where I'm coming. Then my question to you, basically, and before I can go to my question, the issue about the 4 auditors. There was no report that anyone went after these auditors in a government manipulated faction or anything whatsoever. There was report at the time that came out, and some of those things came out. It was clear in some of these report there was some detailed report from the Ministry of Justice and the rest of that. My point now to you that you said the country is very stable and the Public Works Ministry is doing this and doing that and doing all those things. Mr. Minister, what can you say to us about, you said the country is very stable. What can you say to us about the situation that just happened around the 2nd, where a motorcyclist was butchered on live camera and up to current there's no report whatsoever from the police as to who the perpetrators are. And another thing about the situation also that unfolded on the plantation, and this issue about the road going to Sano County, it's a contra organ. Do you know that road is currently not pliable? The Buchanan River says Sano Road, do you know it's not pliable currently? As per the Public Works Ministry own release, informing the Liberian people that the bridge, the Sester Bridge, has collapsed. Do you know about that?
So, Sylvester, what you sought to do was to basically respond to the points that I made in establishing my argument. But I think you fell short of providing a persuasive counter-argument to counter my point. You tried to reference some international firm that audited for the missing 16 billion. I think there's a missing link for you. Do you also remember that there was an audit involving the central bank, the GSC, on the expenditure of the 25 million for the mobile exercise?
No, we're talking about the 16 billion first.
Somebody damaging. No, you don't cherry pick, Sylvester. Don't cherry pick.
No, I'm not cherry picking. I'm going to the 16 billion. I said there were no 16 billion. Talk to that first, then we move on.
If you have a decent conversation, you will not be defending the criminality.
We're going to do that, Daniel.
Yes. Can be defending. Somebody goes into the reserve and take 25 million and say, according to him, he's using his money in keeping with unorthodox economic policy. Those are the words of Minister Pewee. That's what he said. And the other report comes up in the end. Some of the Forest Bureau that were listed as Forest Bureau that received money, the GSC forces when they reported they didn't receive any money. So that is sufficient to tell you that Sylvester Pewee took this money and diverted it to his personal use. The question I'm asking you, what did the former president Weah do? What did he do? Of course, he will not say anything. He didn't say anything. Well, he was complicit. He became a co-conspirator. So we know him. His record speak for himself. On the issue of salary payment, and this is where people say, oh, the Unity Party Alliance ran campaign on propaganda, this and that. Look, propaganda is not lies telling. Even as president, we have departed the presidency. The current government was still confronted with arrears in millions of dollars. Go to LWSC today. Mo Ali, they owe some of the workers that 11 months. I need not, look, we can't waste the precious time we have here on things that the country know about. We all know that this country was bastardized. We can try to dress a rogue regime to make it to appear that they were so good. That's what you want to do. To punish a rogue regime. We all know. Go to LWC. You owe somebody who goes to work every day 11 months. You let that burden on the current government. At the mansion, the supplementary payroll that was manipulated by Miguel and others. They were owing the people they call consulting. People who can even read and write. You call them consulting. You put the man on payroll, say Sylvester making $500, but you give him $150. When the money comes, you take an ATM card, get the money out of the bank, get you $150 and take the bottom money. When the LCC call Miguel and say you can't go there because he's from CDC, they waste one to him. The days of reckoning is right around. Nobody has forgotten. They will have to account for their action. If you think that they will come here and pillage the country resources, go back in their comfort zone and start to talk politics, they will have to account for it. We can understand that they're using the court to staff for the fight against corruption. The president set up an asset recovery task force to recover stolen government property from them. What did they do? That case has been lingering in the Supreme Court for the last 9 months. They can't decide the case. If you think you did nothing wrong, why are you challenging the thought that the president set up a tax force? Didn't President Guar set up tax force in the country? With Arthur Johnson and Serena Silva said they're going to retrieve $300 billion for the country? So why are you not challenging the authority of President Barker to set up a tax force? Sylvester, don't let me to open a can of rum. Because
we are more on the show. Can you answer the
public clause of the CDC?
The role of the ancestors.
Yes, it was reported by the Ministry of Public Works. The bridge has collapsed. Intervention has been made. But then you also see the Public Works statement about the exercise on the 2 corridor of the road to begin the construction of the coastal highway. The coastal highway was one of the signature promises of the Guar administration. They didn't put a shovel in the ground. All the money that came to the country increased the country debt portfolio by almost $2 billion. They didn't put a shovel in the ground for the coastal highway. In the first year of this administration, we are resettling people to move the property on the road so we can begin to build the road. Yet, you are courageous enough to say that the country was better managed by Guar than President Barker. You come from the Southeast. You know how challenging it can be. Even the president you are loyal to couldn't go to a home county of Grand Crew. You had to pass through Aricos. Our government is trying to fix that problem. And we are going to do it. The Minister of Public Works has said, for your information, by 2028, you are on paved road from the river to Maryland. Don't worry about it, Sylvester. It will happen.
No, I'm not.
I know you're going to happen.
I'm not worried. Just like our very president also moved, of course, from our county Lofa. He flew recently to Lofa instead of driving on the road to go to Lofa. That's the same thing we don't.
The Lofa road is celebrated. Barrow.
Okay.
So there are the two scenarios are dissimilar. Not pass through Arico because the road bad. In the case of President Barker, the Lofa road is pliable.
The road is bad.
It's pliable. No, that's not true.
It's bad.
That is not true.
No, that's the reason.
It would have taken him longer time. That's why he flew. He didn't fly because the road.
I used to know a person locally would use a plane to fly to go someone to do a visit. Have you seen that in our period? He flew. Evident, the reason is because the road is bad.
Are interested in knowing how the government paved the southeastern corridor to open the route, to open the road for. There are a lot of good things that will happen for our country. Something that your government will not do. We are doing it. Just give her the time. Okay. So it is no doubt that the Ministry of Public Works has announced they are now resettling property owners on the road. And that exercise is meant to pave the way for the construction of the coastal highway. It's going to start from Buchanan to Cecil Junction, from Cecil Junction into Cecil City. And then we'll move into Greenville. This is what we want the government to do. And when the government does this thing, it's only wise to applaud the government. I mean, we can be critical for all one.
We are okay. We know we are allowed. So we got a lot of questions to ask the minister. So let's take advantage of every time we have. So let me welcome Dr. Peabody on the show, Professor Larry Kennedy. They just joined us while the minute you guys were talking. But we now go to Ben Joma who asks his questions, and then Johnny, and then Peabody, and then Professor Kennedy. So Benjamin Jonah, ask your question, and then we'll go to the next person.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go with the 16 billion thing, but it's just like Pewee. I'm a little disappointed with the 16 billion acquisition for the fact that it is coming from the government arm of information. One thing about that 16 billion, that when you if anyone who have read the report, there was not 16 billion missing. However, in the core report, it stated that they needed all the documents from the CDC government that the government did not give to them. So they were not actually conclusive about the whole thing. So let's give the information just how it is, but to still conclude that it was 16 billion loss, I think it's a little bit of a deception there. Anyway, so my question here to the honorable minister, you did make mention about passport being in the hands of criminals. There's a guy called Joe Cotto. Are you aware of him? Okay. Minister Lazo, I'm sure you'll come back. Well, if he's listening, I just wanting to speak to.
Ben.
Are you the minister?
Ben.
Are you the minister?
But Bill, Joe Puto is a Liberian. He is not an official of government. Or having a Joe Puto being possessed on a passport.
You're covered diplomatic passport.
I would the man to ask that question.
And you were not the minister. That even if that man was not even into any government, he's a Liberian. I'm asking because the minister said that these passports.
Okay, the minister is back. Ask your question.
Okay. So, Mr. Minister, I was asking if you are aware of one Joe Porto.
Wait, hold on. Guys in studio, please put the minister back on top. Please put him back on top. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, Joe Porto.
You may respond to that question?
Yeah, so that's my first question. So my second question is, when you talk about the Liberian debt, it's been both local and international debt is being serviced. Did you read the World Bank 2023 report? Did you see it before coming? Yeah, those are my two questions. That's it.
So, I like to refer to you by your name. What's your name?
Ben.
What's your name?
Ben. Oh,
Ben.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll edit it. Yeah.
No problem, Ben. When we talk, we don't just talk because we are intellectuals or for the sake of politics. We talk because we are retentive, we take track of current event, and we understand the political trajectory of the country. Do you know who broke the news of the 16 billion getting missing in the country? It was the information minister of the CDC-led government, Len Eugene Nambwe. So I'm not gossiping that 16 billion were missing. It was the CDC information minister, Len Eugene Nambwe. He spoke to ERBC, he spoke to the VOA, and that was a precursor to the bring back our morning protest, because by the utterances of Mr. Eugene Nambwe, who is the official spokesperson of the Liberian government, he had already confirmed that 16 billion was missing. Therefore, whatever maneuvering that the government went through to get report from this place, from that place, it was just another attempt to cover it up. It was a sincere attempt to cover it up. Because I do believe that the Minister of Information then, Eugene Nambwe, he spoke the truth. He spoke the truth. Why he tried to do in that interview was to blame the former the former administration of former President Salif. And in the end,
did you read the core report? I'm just concerned.
I'm coming, Ben. In the end, that strategy by Eugene Nambwe, the CDC government, backfired. So I'm not speculating. I'm not gossiping. I'm not talking because I'm a propaganda agent of the government. I'm speaking from the facts. So the allegation of 16 billion getting missing on the Weah-led government cannot be disputed because it came from the house's mouth. You remember who said it? You asked whether I know Joe Poto because I don't know what is the correlation between Joe Poto and this conversation. Of course,
because of the Liberian
I've seen Joe Poto. He's been around for long.
So the reason for that question is because you
but Joe,
that Liberian passport in the hands of criminals.
Joe Poto, I got the facts right. Joe Poto was arrested as a British citizen, not as a Liberian citizen.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know what a Liberian passport.
Oh, you don't. Okay.
Joe Poto was carrying a Liberian diplomatic passport.
I'm saying so. Joe Poto was a British citizen.
So for us to be believable, I think we must press set certain standards.
Okay.
You don't know that he has a passport?
But Simon, I come in. Let me get on the script with Ben. I said to you, I will speak to what record, what is public knowledge. When Joe Poto was arrested, the article that was published all around the world, a British citizen, he didn't Liberian citizen. He said a British citizen was arrested. That we don't want Liberia knowing to be a Liberian citizen.
Okay, I will send you
right. But according to the people who arrested him in Japan, they say he's a British citizen, yeah. So I don't know whether you're carrying Liberian diplomatic passport. But it still doesn't suffice to say that because Joe Poto was carrying passport. So what? I mean, how does it join the government? Joe Poto was a long-time friend of George Weah. Has he been appointed by President Barker in any position? No, he was not appointed. Do you have any piece of evidence that points to the fact that you were giving diplomatic passport by this government? You got to say it. Because then we get to the foreign ministry people to know who gave him passport. But to the best of my knowledge, the safety VAR have been tightened on the country's passport, especially for diplomatic passport, because the government is basically working to pull the red screen in the international cycle to re-establish Liberia into the position that we truly belong. When our passports were in the hands of criminals, the drug law, it became embarrassing for us. And we're trying to reverse that course.
Okay, Mr. Sano, please, because of time, we got a lot of questions to ask you, like a lot. So please, if you can make your answers concise, would be fine for us because we got a lot of analysts on the floor want to ask questions.
I can say on top of the net far out of my job, so Guar, no problem.
Okay, so we'll bring in Johnny. Johnny, ask your question. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
So, thank you, Tomalin. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, internet not too good. So I would like to ask Minister Sano, thank you for coming to the show and Happy New Year. And we hope this 2025 will be a year that will bring about some change in the life of Liberian people. But I would like to just find out from you, Mr. Sano, what was this government's target for 2024? If you have a target set that we want to achieve this in 2024, did you set such target, and how can you measure that target now at the end of the year? That's my question in terms of 2024 success or failure, merits and demerits of 2024.
So Johnny, it's been a while, Johnny, but let me just say this. When I started the conversation by enumerating the problems that we inherited at the Ministry of Information. I tell you what, Johnny, it was not our anticipation to take a length of time to be fixing the environment in which we work, getting things done at the Ministry of Information. It was not our determination. Our determination was that to get there and build government communication in a way that every Liberian can understand government policy. We can bridge the gap between the communication gap between the government by developing outreach program and everything. It was our goal. But Johnny, when we got to the ministry, for example, no vendor could even credit you a gallon of paint to paint your office. No vendor. Why? Because of the history of the previous government. I don't want to dwell on it because it's in the past, right? But every time the question comes back to us, we have to say it. So our objective was to get the work done on day one. But because of the environment that we met there, for example, I'm Deputy Minister of Press and Public Affairs. All the radio stations will be calling me. Daniel, you got invite. Daniel, you got invite. I go through the Senate confirmation. I'm confirmed. I'm appointed by the president. I go to Mika. There's not a bicycle to move me around. I have to go to cut a deal with a used car dealer. At the end of the month, when government pay me, I pay a portion of the money for the car that I use. It was not my plan. It was not my plan. But again, public service is about sacrifice. We can't complain about the little sacrifices we're making. It's about our country. What we can say is that the challenges we met have been overcome significantly, and the 2025 will be a better year for us to begin to communicate. I'm speaking from the angle of the Ministry of Information, to begin to communicate government policy effectively across the country, not just Monrovia, because the country is big. We've not had a single outreach outside of Monrovia for government, which is bad. We need to go to counties, develop a concept for government town hall where stakeholders, policy makers can interact with the community people at various levels to communicate what the government is doing. By that, you can bridge the gap, the communication gap, and bring the government to the people. That's how we go at the Ministry of Information. What they will be able to do at MICA was to increase the frequency of the press briefing. It was being held one time. We increased it to 2 times every week. The government run newspaper was down. We now got it on the stand for 3 days in a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The building was dilapidated. It was filthy. To a greater extent, we got the roof repaired. We changed the entire roof. So with the allotment that we're now getting from the government, we try to address some of the logistical challenges and begin to move in the leeward counties as we communicate government policy to the people of Liberia. That's what we want to do. And this problem was all across the government. Just today, we had a Minister of Labor. We had a Minister of Labor at the press briefing. And some of the things he was saying, he was basically enumerating the hurdles that they have faced over the last 1 year, for which they've not been able to effectively do some things. But the report that he provided today, saying that they have done X, they have done Z, and moving to the new year, they're going to be more robust to move into identifying opportunity to create jobs for Liberians. That's the kind of conversation that Liberians want to have. How many jobs can the Ministry of Labor create for the Liberian people? They have a Department of Employment there. He was even encouraging people to make use of it. So, Johnny got some internet problem. Just to respond to your question that way, I think we now focus on going straight into executing the mandate of the government, because some of the structural challenges that we inherited have been addressed significantly. There will be no room for excuses again. We're going to move into the new year with renewed vigor and commitment to do the work on behalf of the Liberian people.
Dr. Peabody?
Hey, Minister, good to see you. Welcome to the Closing Acumen. Good to have you here. I just want to piggyback to you talking about the Ministry of Labor. I'm a little curious. How much job did the government create the first year?
So when I was giving the update from the NRC provided incentive for, I think, 33 Liberian businesses, and that incentive led to multi-million-dollar investment in the local economy, and they put a figure to the number of jobs that will be created as a result of the incentive provided to those businesses. So unlike that data, what the minister said today, because he was asked the same question, how many jobs have the government created? What he said was that all the concession agreement that the government is negotiating right now has not been fully concluded, and so it becomes difficult to say the government created X number of jobs or not. What he said to us was that as we roll out some of the agreements that the government has entered into, for example, bringing in new concessions, we talk about HPS coming, when they're using the rail, how many new jobs? He said about that, even if the legislature moved to rectify the 10th amendment to the ArcelorMittal concession, it's going to lead to the creation of thousands. I mean, I think 3,000 more jobs. If this other concession goes through, it's going to lead to the creation of thousands of jobs. But what he said, which I'd like to stick to, is that until they can be concluded, you can put a figure to how many jobs the government has created at this point.
Okay, so obviously you don't know any record of creating any job for 2024, something like that. But let me move on. We got a lot of people here, and I appreciate you coming on the show, Minister, because a lot of people do.
I wanted to get this point. And the other day, one of the ministers said that the government cannot employ everybody. The government job is to create the enabling environment for jobs to be created. And I think that statement was misunderstood. Creating the enabling environment would mean that. Are you there?
Well, yeah, but whether private or public sector, I just wanted
I didn't conclude. So I was saying that I think the identical minister was misunderstood, because come to think about it, if we say government should employ everybody, government will not do anything in the country. You just be working to pay civil servant. There'll be no public sector investment initiative in the country. Look at the University of Liberia alone. Even with $33 million investment in University of Liberia every year, it's still a drop in the ocean for the challenges that university face. So with the meager resources the government has, we have to allocate in a way that we maximize output. So the job of the government, and that's why we said, with a little concession in the country, if citizens continue to be violent, today they go to Western Closet, they burn down all of the places, they block the road, you will scare away. You scared away investors. The other day, there was a situation at the Salala Royal Corporation. They had a shutdown. Do you know how many thousand jobs? By the grace of God, in the help of the Liberian government, a private sector investor in Jetty Rubber took over Salala. He saved over thousands of jobs that were about to be lost. But you know what they did? Because of minor disagreement with the company, they burned down places. They burned down the facility, almost killed the manager. They got afraid. They left the country. So Jetty had to intervene to buy the Salala Rubber Corporation to save all of the jobs that were about to be lost. So it goes without saying that while the government is working to create the enabling environment, our people have to ensure that they can be supportive and not to resort to violence that will scare away potential investors. Right now, the president, who is the chief salesman of the country, is moving around, making Liberia to be the destination. And of course, I can say this to you. This year will be a very good year for the country. Investment will come, jobs will be created. The first year was a year to lay down that foundation, because nobody could invest their money in a country where there was no respect for the rule of law. Nobody wanted to invest their money in a country where there were summary disappearances and mysterious death. Nobody wanted to invest their money in a country where officials of government were being sanctioned. So we had to work to regain the confidence of these people. And so,
all right,
as we are now doing so,
Minister, we got a lot of people. Minister, we got a lot of people, and I don't want to take their time, but I want to move on. And again, I said thank you for coming to closing argument, and stuff like that. Obviously, it means the government don't have a record of creating jobs in the first year. Let me just move on. You just talk about the rule of law. All right. Who is the legitimate speaker of Liberia right now?
Dr. Peabody, your conclusion was very sarcastic, and I think we have to respect our
Minister. How sarcastic can I be to you? I respect you. You my minister. I gotta respect you, bro. Huh?
You see, you people that can make for government people to lie. I come here and say to you, look, the NRC, for example, did X, Y, and Z. And as a result of the incentive given to these businesses, 33 million plus investment incentive, they created some jobs, which you put number 2. If you want that number, I can put it up for you. But the statistics house are supposed to provide the data for you has said that we have to wait for X, Y, and Z thing to happen. Boom. Okay. You say, okay, the government get no number. So you must say, government created 300,000 jobs. Then the next thing you say, what a job? Hey,
Daniel, you say I'm sarcastic. If you feel that way, I'm sorry. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable on the show. I don't think I'm being sarcastic, but if you feel that way, I'm sorry. Because we want to respect you. But will you answer my second question?
Let me progress.
Can you answer my second question?
You say, who speaker on Capitol Hill?
Yeah.
You see, the Liberian government is constructed in a way that there are 3 separate or coordinate branches. I am an agent of the executive, and over the last couple of months, we decided as a ministry not to be drawn into the impasse on Capitol Hill. But given the trend that things have taken, I think you have one legitimate speaker on Capitol Hill. And that speaker is no other but the Right Honorable Richard Nyenwolo. He's a speaker. Members from the quote-unquote minority bloc are going back to the gavel of the speaker. And we have to respect that. We have to respect that because, you know what? Reverend Peabody, who becomes speaker of the Liberian legislature is not a prerogative or 2 of us. The people who our people elect in every election, the lawmakers, the representatives, they got that sole authority to determine who is speaker and who is not speaker. So if these people say in their majority, this is our speaker, who am I to say you're not speaker? So we have a speaker, legitimate speaker for that matter, in Honorable Richard Nyenwolo. And when I listened to him prior to his departure from the country to the inauguration of the new Ghanaian president, he was very upbeat about reuniting the Liberian legislature because they have a pivotal role to play. We are talking about fighting corruption. All of the other reports that is submitted to the legislature by the GSC. Do you know that the Public Account Committee has the responsibility to conduct public hearing on all the report and recommendation to the president? So any impasse at the legislature will affect the overall function of the government, especially in terms of accomplishing the objective of the government in terms of governance, accountability, and fight against corruption. It will affect us. So we want the legislature to unite them on themselves.
I don't want to. I'll come back again.
That's why they have a speaker, and the speaker has said that he's going to move to reunite the legislature under his gavel. We appreciate him for that decision.
Professor Kennedy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, Minister Sando, first time meeting you, pleasure meeting you. I'm enjoying you so far. You're giving us a good rendition and you speaking well of President Boyko's administration. So I'm not here to agree, disagree with you. I'm only here to learn and educate. So help me understand just a few things. In 2022, the budget was around, I think, 786 million. The country experienced a budget shortfall. The government had to borrow to finance that budget shortfall, which is what most governments do anyway. In 2023, I think the budget was decreased slightly to maybe around 782 million. There was also a budget shortfall. Again, the country has to borrow to finance that shortfall. So it showed consistently that when the budget is at that level, the government cannot raise enough revenue to meet that budget. Can you explain why it is that the budget has been increased now to almost $900 million, knowing year over year there's been budget shortfalls? What economic indicator, what economic data did this government use to say, oh, we can raise almost $900 million?
Well, I'll try as much as possible not to play pretense of knowledge. I'm not a financial person, and from a broader point, from a broader point, I think the decision of the legislature is informed by the capacity of the country to generate the revenue. I know that the 2023 budget, when the recast budget, the president signed that budget with a caveat because there was an increment in the allocation or the appropriation, if you may, by the legislature, and the fact that the generation of revenue rests on the shoulder of the executive, the president signed that budget with a caveat, basically stating that whatever additional figure that was added will be treated as contingent until the revenue is raised to the core. So, talking about why the national envelope will increase to that level, I think the Liberia Revenue Authority has convinced the policymaker on Capitol Hill that they have the capacity to raise the money. In fact, the overall goal was to increase the budget to $1 billion. That is the mission of the current LRA boss. And if you see the projection in the figure, we are nearing that. And so yes, we told that the revenue performed very well during the period under review. And given their own projection, it is the basis upon which the figure in the budget was increased to what is there. That's how much I know.
Okay. You also, when you started this conversation, you were explaining how this administration in its first year has done so much better than George Weah in his first year. If the economy is doing so much better, if this government is doing so much better, can you tell us why the government entered the Extended Credit Facility Program? It took Weah, I think Weah entered the program in 2019. So the ECF is like a payday loan, like we call it in America, for poor countries that have no credit, have no other means of raising capital. So why did this government quickly in the first few months enter the ECF program? Because it was the ECF program that forced Samuel Tway and Weah's administration to enter into the
IMF program.
The IMF program, but the thing for the jobs, man, where they actually had to, oh my God, the people's salary.
To do harmonization.
The harmonization. It was the ECF that drove the harmonization.
Yeah.
So can you tell us why this administration quickly, within a few months, jumped into the ECF program? Or if you don't know, again, we can move on.
No, I mean, I just maybe I should ask you the reverse question. Is it a bad thing for is the ECF program a bad policy?
Absolutely. Historically, any country that entered the ECF have not done extremely well. The little small country of Liechtenstein, they did not listen to the IMF, and the fact that they didn't listen to the IMF, Liechtenstein did so much better. Everyone knows that the ECF program comes with so many restrictive policies that you are tied at the heels. You cannot really grow your economy if you enter the ECF program. No country with a good sense on their shoulder or who has financial innovation will enter the ECF program. It is a bad policy that even some of the strong economists out there have said, well, why is the IMF even suggesting this? There's no reason for them to suggest it because historically it hasn't worked. So if you flip that question to me, that's the answer I would give. So can you tell me now the opposite? Why would the government enter that program?
I can't say much because I haven't spoken to the Ministry of Finance. I mean, I know as the deputy spokesperson of the government, we can be everywhere at the same time, but on this specific issue, I have not spoken to the authority at the Ministry of Finance, so I will rather reserve comment on that question.
Okay, let me just ask the last one, then I will swing it back over to Chief Tomalin. Again, when you started, you give a lot of praises in terms of how the inflation rate has fallen. You give a lot of data. Well, we know economic data is what we call lagging indicators, meaning it doesn't come out till months later. The Central Bank of Liberia does not publish any economic data until sometime in March of the following year. You can go and check the CBL website, 2021-22. They don't publish until March.
I know that.
Right. So
I know that.
What is your data source when you're telling us that this government has done so much better than we as administration in the first year? How do you measure it? Because there's a saying, if you don't have the data to back up what you're saying, you're just sharing your opinion. So what is your data source?
You don't need data from the central bank to know that the economy under President Bouaka is far better than the economy under President Weah. So I'll give you a practical example. I'm not an economist. I'll give you a practical example. Yeah, we have two situations. One government could not pay the civil servant on time. Another government from day one has managed to pay civil servant on time, unprecedentedly so. The 21st of every month will begin to take pay. So if you're on the ground and experiencing these kind of changes, what will you say? That the man who cannot pay civil servant on time manage the economy better? So it's just simple.
I would say
maybe you want to answer me.
I would say both governments have done a terrible job. Not one has done better. But let me conclude on this and swing it over. Let me tell you why. When you say you don't need data to actually prove anything because it's just a feeling, you know, the guy the management guru who went and turned Japan around after World War II, he said, show me your data, because if you don't have data, you're just another person with an opinion. So you're only sharing an opinion because data is facts, it's raw. You cannot dispute it. If I say Lofa over there make $1,000 a month, and I come up and I say, oh, I think Chief Tomalin makes 900. I don't have any data. I can look at Lofa W2 or his pay stub. That's raw information. But you can't say, oh, it's just a gut feeling that the government is doing better, but you don't have no data to back it up. So we can agree to disagree, but I appreciate you.
So that's not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. I try to be practical. I know that these data help to inform us in making analysis. I was just trying to be practical. I didn't try to brush the issue of data off. You need data, you know. But since you said that the central bank does not release information until the middle of the year, March. I mean, I guess we're insinuating. I guess you try to insinuate that the decline, the inflation rate was a spillover effect from the policy of the Weah administration. So I thought to leave that alone, you know. And I say I don't need data from the central bank to tell you who did better in doing this and doing that, you know.
Okay, we can agree to disagree in terms of the value of data, but Again, I want to swing it back over to Tomalin and give everybody else a chance to speak, but we make decisions based on data.
Informed decisions.
Yeah, data help us inform. So when you were saying that the government was doing so much better than the previous administration, I was wondering like where you got that information from. But you're telling us it's just your gut feel. That's you don't have. You say because you're able to pay salaries, but it's not just salaries, right?
You're not being fair with the conversation. To say that I spoke on my feelings would suggest that you didn't follow me.
You just said it again.
And I mean, I don't know how you see it, but that I don't need data from central bank to tell you that President Bouaka has better managed the economy. From practical experience, from the good policy that the government has implemented, I can tell you that he's doing better. So since you say central bank will not use data on the middle, that I'm over to use central bank data. If it comes out and proves something different from what I said, then you argue.
Okay. Chief, I'll swing it back over to you.
You're muted. You're muted, Tomalin.
Abu Kamar, you still there? Okay. Abu Nale. So let's go to Lofa. Oh, yeah, Abu, go ahead.
No, I'm following religion there.
Yeah, but you.
The minister just validating what we have mentioned in time past.
Then Lofa, go ahead. I was not going to say, go ahead, Lofa.
All right. Abu shouldn't be having questions. That was
I was saying,
the minister is validating him. Lofa, please go ahead. The minister validating you, then Suleiman, go ahead.
So Abu, Lofa, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanvee, for being a part of the closing argument tonight. Great to have you on here. Just a couple of things that I want to highlight, just following the conversation, and then I'll pose my question. You made mention of the fact that as a minister, you cut a deal. Okay, you cut a deal with a local car company. You're a government official, bro. You cut a deal? Really? Anyway, I'm gonna jump and just speak to the fact that you mentioned the issue.
What you say, reality,
I mean, yeah. He said he cut a deal. He said he cut a deal. Okay, it could be Pewee. You want to speak for him? I'll let you speak.
No, but I want to get him. That's what he meant.
He said he cut a deal. That's what he said. So it is based on my. I can use any way to explain this, however you want.
Go ahead. No.
But let me not do that. Let me not do that because I could have, but I just thought to bring this to the brother's attention. All right, we are not here to criticize the brother, but this thing is said. And then secondly, you spoke of practicality. When you're being practical, you utilize data because you analyze analytical in being practical. So if you tell me, responding to Professor Larry's statement, you're being practical but cannot substantiate your claim with data, you are assuming. So in other words, you know not the data to substantiate your claim. So you, at this point, you cannot provide an adequate response to the question supported by data. And with that said, and I will agree with you. Now, before I ask my question, let me commend you for being honest. You mentioned in one of your responses, you said the government creates enabling environment for investors. And then you spoke of lawlessness, and then you spoke of the fact that there are mysterious deaths. I'm very excited that a young man like yourself can decide to be honest in the public space, because you know what? This government in her first year has shown to the public that she's so lawless to the extent where innocent people were shot plain blank for protesting, exercising their constitutional mandate. Okay? Nothing came out of it. We are yet to hear about the result of that. I agree with you that was such message in the public or in the international wire, no one will be encouraged to come and invest in Liberia. If you consider the recent incident at the Capitol, it is sad. It is sad. But here's my question to you, and I'm going to repeat Johnny's question, hoping that this time around you will find reason to at least provide data to substantiate your claim. First of all, what was the agenda of this government, the 1 year agenda? What was your agenda for the first year? And do you feel like it was accomplished? If so, how? Let's start with that.
So Julius, I think you don't seem to be on par with the conversation, because most of your counter are off target. You said protesters were shot and nothing has come out of it. When you say these things, you have to be specific.
Okay.
You have to be specific.
You want me to?
The next thing you said, I said I want to be practical and I can provide data on the economy. Apparently, you were not listening. I insist that President Boakai has better on the economy.
So, Mr. Sando, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Hopefully, when you make these statements, just provide the data to substantiate the claim. That's what I'm asking.
Just give me the time.
All right, go ahead. I think the minister is having a problem with the network.
When I said I want to be practical, I knew exactly what I was saying. You didn't get me when I said to you that in the first year of the Weird administration, the harmonized civil service.
No, I want to discuss
the administration.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to speak. Speaking, you got to listen to me.
No, I don't think we should get a monologue dialogue. Then we're not going nowhere. So just wait and answer and we'll move on. If it's not pleasing, then we'll move on.
Yeah, let the minister answer the question.
Okay, go ahead. Answer the question.
So let me get Judah another 5 minutes. Then you say what you want to say now. Respond to it. Judah, go ahead.
Okay. I repeat. When you respond to my
I give you 5 minutes. Yeah, we mag.
Okay, you can put your phone up if you want to, but here's my thing, right? If you're responding to my question, all right, for the data, and you claim in your statement that you provided data, hopefully you can reiterate. That way, our audience and ourselves, like you rightfully stated or wrongfully stated, I don't want to be disrespectful or condescending in my statement, claim that I may not have been following. So it will help me just get myself abreast of the discussion. So help me out here, provide those data to substantiate your claim. Is that okay?
So you cannot rest a case. Let me explain. When I initially told you that in the first year of the former administration, they harmonized the salary of the civil servants. In the first year of the Boakai administration, 28,400 civil servant salary has been topped up. Is that a data? What other data do you need? So you have to be specific to point out where the protester was shot, and nothing has been done.
King Joe.
Because we are on a platform where people are following globally. If you say protesters, every day in Monrovia there are protests. The police will always protect the protesters. If you were a police officer, like what happened on the 17th of December, you are carrying a gun assigned to you by the state, and people who are protesters bother with you in the corner, they brutalize you to the point of death and took away the weapon that belonged to the state. What will you do in that case? We sit and we try to intellectualize the system of brutality that is suppressing the growth of our country. It's wrong. Police would never go to brutalize peaceful protesters. During the former administration of President Weah, we protested. Do you know why nobody was brutalized? Because we're civil. We organized a bring back our morning protest. We didn't throw soon a police officer. We didn't insult them. We're there, we're marching together. The June 7 protest. Do you know why nobody was brutalized? Because the protesters were civil. You think when they say protest, then go there and be challenging state authority, and you beat a police officer and take away a gun, and then people try to provide justification for that? The people in the police, don't you know they are family people? They got children, they got wives, they got families, and you take a police officer, beat him, you throw someone, and you break his teeth, and you think the policeman will give you toffee? That's not promote brutality. So both the protesters have got an obligation, like the police officer. He's there to regulate non-criminal behavior. If you don't throw stone at him, he's not going to come at you. That is not in any way mean to justify violence or brutality. I'm just saying to you some of the things that are happening here. Maybe you don't know.
Okay, you still did not answer the portion of the question regarding your agenda and as to whether you accomplish what was set as your goal in the first year. But anyway, if that's the, I will move to my next question, and then the next person can come in.
What was the agenda of the government? If you ask what was the agenda of the government, everybody know that the government has a one single agenda built on the arrest platform.
You said what happened?
Yeah, but the government has an agenda, the arrest agenda.
Why are you guys doing this, man?
You're scared, man, bro. You're scared, man.
No, you good. You go ahead. Keep talking, Mr. Sando. You good. Go ahead. Keep speaking, Mr. Sando. I don't know why the guys in the studio doing this.
The government has a called the arrest agenda for inclusive development. That agenda has been transformed into a national development agenda. It's called the arrest agenda for inclusive development. That agenda was drawn from broad-based consultation across every sector of the country. But guess what? Not just the arrest agenda. They got what you call counter development agenda. I see you got Lofa Julius. If you're from Lofa County has her own counter development agenda that will be encapsulated into the national development plan. It will be launched formally on Wednesday at the fairground in Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. It is that plan that will guide the operations, the expenditure of the Liberian government for the next 5 years. So yes, that's the agenda upon which the government came to power. We have used the last couple of months to transform it into a national development plan, because you cannot run the country on just mere campaign manifesto.
So
you have to transform it into a development plan, and that's what we have done. So it will launch on Wednesday, and I encourage you to follow as well.
Thank you. So technically, in your response, in short, you have not accomplished anything in the first 1 year. But thank you. Regarding the salary, you may comment about salary, because I think my question was very specific. How much of it have you accomplished in your first year?
Again, you're not following. When I enumerated all the things the government had done when Tomalin and I were on the show. Okay, when you come to the church, they can raise it soon.
Okay, I'll listen to the prior after. So my next question or comment much more would be, you sounded like you were celebrating civil servants getting paid on time. I'm very sure that you're aware, well informed of the fact that this in itself should not be considered any form of accomplishment. Okay? That is your required job function. If you come in and you pay civil servants on time, you come on a public platform to celebrate that as an accomplishment, you know what you tell me? From the outside looking at what is happening, some level of incompetence. How in the world is it that top level government officials get paid on time? Legislators get paid on time. They receive their checks on time. You pay civil servants on time and you celebrate that as an accomplishment as a young, intelligent man like yourself. Okay, do you really want to celebrate that as an accomplishment? That'll be my question. My question would be, do you really want to celebrate
you are prone to believe in your own. It seems you are prone to believe in your own Pharisee. That's what I suspect. You are prone to believe in your own Pharisee.
And I'm glad that you're
nowhere on the platform have I said.
All right, Lofa, let have
nowhere on this platform.
Let him go back and forth. Let him talk. Actually, ask your question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Nowhere on the platform have I celebrated the payment of civil servant. What I said to you was that the government increased the salary of 28,000 civil servant in the first year. I didn't celebrate the payment of civil servant. Of course, if you are defending the rogue regime of former President Weah and saying that because you support that government and you are suggesting that the government has done nothing, I would not hesitate in reminding you that that government that you are celebrating could not pay civil servant on time. That government that you are defending on this platform, before they pay civil servant, they call press conferences and say, we're paying for 2 months, we don't owe 1 more now. Have you forgotten? So I'm not celebrating the payment of civil servant. What I enumerated as an accomplishment was the top up announced by the Ministry of Finance for 28,400 civil servant. And you have to be reminded that those very police officers that were unpaid, this government is giving them insurance coverage. 5,000 police officers. We are providing insurance coverage for them as of this January. The immigration officers, the EPS officers, the health workers, the professional and specialized doctors, they will all receive salary top-ups. Is that not something to celebrate? When the government does, the same way we can be very energetic to criticize the government. When the government does something good, we all want to see a situation wherein the government live up to what is in the minimum wage. And nobody in government will go home with less than 150. There are people in government where I work, people making $45. The government comes and say, between this period and that period, the people in the category will not go home with $45, go home with 150 in keeping with the minimum wage. You don't appreciate it, but the people in that category appreciate the government. And so I just thought to give that dichotomy because there's a difference between the increment in salary for civil servant and the payment of civil servant on time, which I don't consider to be an accomplishment of this government because it is function of the government to pay civil servant. But if the government increases the salary of 28,000 person, we have to say it and remind other people who could not do it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, let's move on. We got other folks here. Siddiqui have not spoken. We'll go to Siddiqui, then we'll go to Robert, and then we'll move on. Let's go to Siddiqui.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good to be here again. I have Ben list background. A lot of things. Minister, the show you talk about the government tolerance specifically the ministry, you serving as deputy minister, the information ministry, the ministry towards the media. You talk about that, and you even go for that, you know, because of the tolerance, that radio station who are operating in the country and so forth. But I see that has been very, very controversial over the last few months. You particularly, we have seen you on your social media, Facebook. You've been very, very open towards people who express opinion about this government. Even people who supported the president. People like
I'm breaking it.
You going in and coming up, so keep breaking
The
up.
line is not that clear. What's happening?
Yes, hello. Are you getting me now?
Yeah.
Am I clear?
Better.
Are you much? Okay, yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So basically what I was saying, I've listened to you at the beginning of the show. You mentioned that the ministry that you guys are specifically about people who have been vocal, and you even went further by saying that because of the kind of tolerance you guys have been able to set, there have been several radio stations up in the country. You said that at the beginning of the show. I've been following, and so personally for me, I see that statement very, very contradictory fair to the Liberian people tonight, because you personally, Mr. Minister, people who came up or who always come up and express that disagreement with this government, you have been very, very unprofessional towards them. Even people who supported the president, people like Amara recently, Amara wrote on Facebook, you came at Amara, attacking Amara, how Amara have abandoned his work. Senate went to the US, but the Senate should investigate Amara out of that. A colleague of you, Matthew, I don't know Matthew, who used to work at the information. Matthew was illegally suspended simply because he spoke about him of a scholarship against the Liberian. And then you, Daniel Sando, came up for speaking, and resigning because he felt like, he was suspended illegally, not given due process because he was a subordinate. So for you to come there and say, oh, we've been tolerance, we don't have people press you, specifically you very condescending to the former president.
Thank you. What's your question though?
When you said, no, I'm just trying to ask you to.
Yeah, but we got other people to talk. You want to ask a question? Go ahead.
So to conclude, Mr. Sando, how can you compare that? You say you guys have been tolerant, and then on the other hand, you as a minister, you've been on the social media attacking people who express disappointment or disagreement with the government. How can you compare that to you?
Sidiki.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
I am the deputy spokesperson of the Liberian government.
Hello.
It seems right that Amara Konen got to go on Facebook and say the whole 2024 was a wasted year. Even though he had a Senate, he taking pay and doing everything there. The same rare he got to say that thing. Myself get that same rare too. So what wrong did I do? Did I insult Amara Konen? No, I was never condescending. The things I say
about him. You gave this information. He doesn't have a contract here.
The things I said about Amara Konen in my post are true. Didn't he abandon work?
He doesn't have a contract in America.
Please protect my right to say what I have to say. I respect you. I respect your right to disagree.
Like give the minister a chance to talk, and then you guys can come in. Like give the minister a chance to come in, and then you can come out with a rebuttal.
Thank you. You wanted us to give him a chance. Now he mentioned Amara. You want to undercut him? Go ahead.
I'm not undercutting him. So if I come to the show and show your face, you are asking your own question and I'm not mine. I'm just saying to him that he gave information about Amara that's not true.
Okay, so
that's not true.
So for another minister talk, and you can come back
where you know it's not true. right? So you want to come up, bring your
Professor,
face.
let the minister talk.
Don't be behind the screen and talk.
We got other people here to talk.
Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Go ahead, Minister. You protect it.
So, Sidiki, you're concerned about my response to Amara Kone. What he posted was not a private conversation. He posted something on social media. We are concerned about the reputation of the government. Is Amara Kone an outsider? He's not an outsider. He's not an outsider. Things he posted about the government, are they true? So you want, if Amara Kone said that the government is this, the government is that, would you fold our hands, our legs, and sit down? Because he law and gospel. I did mention here that the public of the legislature is very pivotal in conducting public hearing on audit reports. Amara Kone chair the public. It's been a whole year now. It's been a whole year. Not a single report they have submitted to the Senate. Does he? He would not say these things in a post. But after leaving the country for 4 months, staying in America on a private visit, he comes back to the country. You want to gain public attention. And what do? You take to Facebook and try to distort information and a negative picture. And you want us to see, supine it and clap for him. I was not condescending.
Okay, Mr. Minister. So take my second
throw stones. Don't throw stones. Mr. Amara Kone is not our fault. He's in the Senate. He's a national leader. He has an obligation. If he neglects that obligation for something else in the United States and come back, the best you can do is to shut up. But you go on Facebook and say drug. I'm talking. You said drug is on the increase. When you meet him or ask him, the budget they passed last year, how much did he advocate to increase the allocation of DEA? Or that the president will come beg you, increase the money? We treat the country as a stepchild. It's wrong. It's wrong. And I'm not going to get my point, Sidiki. That's my first interaction with you. I hold no ill will against him. But for somebody of his stature to get involved with the kind of petty hypocrisy, it's not good. There are people who look up to someone like Amara Kone for decision. What are you doing to them? You are deceiving them. Who passed the budget? Who allowed money in the budget? Is it not the legislature? Where is Amara Kone? Did he advocate to increase the allotment to DEA and the fire service? Did he? He would not.
Yeah, so can I
the
make
budget pass?
Let me make myself because
you come the whole year, this year, they want this, they want that. The point I'm making to you here is that we shouldn't treat the country like a stepchild. We shouldn't do that.
Mr. Minister,
Yeah.
let me make myself. First of all, get this very clear. I just brought in Amara because Amara is a victim. You've been very unprofessional towards a lot of people who express disagreement with this government. Your colleagues who used to work with you at the Ministry of Information, Matthew, you came after Matthew, you did the same to Matthew. I'm not yet defending Amara.
How?
I'm not yet Amara.
How?
You've been.
How did you come after Matthew?
The former president, George Weah, you were condescending to former president when the Minister of Foreign Affairs Minister, Sarah Best, brought the president to speak about the country being recognized. And then you came up and say the former president was don't even matter. You should not speak. And you don't, in fact, the government don't need it. You did that, Mr. Minister. And so when I talk about Amara is just one of the
you. So, the former president complained to you.
It's not about Amara, but let's move on, please. I don't want us to keep going back and forth because people who want the question. But Amara was just one of the victims. That's why I mentioned it. But I talk about Matthew, I talk about Amara Kone, and I also talk about the former president John.
Yes, sir.
Now, Ben, you been
Matthew Yemplu. Matthew Yemplu decided to exercise his right to resign. He resigned. We respect his right. But when you resign from the institution, you go on radio and say things that are not true, would you fold our hands and look at it?
How can we the public be assured that it's not true? When he was working with you guys, he even accused you of
creating. So you give me a chance now. Give me a chance. You are basically saying that everything he said you believe it, right?
Why should I believe it? Why? Just give me an explanation to not want to believe him. Why?
I didn't come in to go back and forth. I don't argue with people's opinion. I argue with facts. If you believe what somebody said, that's your business.
Okay, let me make my second point.
Ask me
question. Now we gotta go. Other people have been waiting.
Yeah, so my second point basically.
Don't ask me a question, but
yeah, let me make my second point, Mr. Minister, please. Just give me the time. Let me make my second point, please. So basically, you've been shifting blame on the former government or the past government. But this is something I want us to understand. Everything the CDC did, you talk about, went to the ministry was messed up, and the first year of the you guys are trying to build a foundation, even though there is no foundation. The first 1 year, nothing we are seeing like the foundation. That's a very wrong statement, Mr. Minister. But again, trying to blame the former government.
So got that right.
You can give me a chance. Give me a chance now, Mr. Minister, please. Yeah, so you try to shift blame, but I want you to
see that.
Okay, ask your question, Siddiqui. We gotta go. Other people gotta talk.
Interrupting. How can I ask a question now? You keep interrupting me. How can I ask my question? Can I ask Hello?
Everybody go ahead. Auntie Siddiqui got a question for me.
Hello?
Siddiqui, what's your question? Ask your question. We gotta go to Robert.
So I said my second point I want to make is a remark. It's not actually a question. So the remark I wanted to make is that the former government, the CDC government, was voted out of power because everything Daniel Sano is saying here today, like what they did, and then Abrampo say, you know what, we're going to vote you guys out and bring the Unity Party to fix those things. So for the minister to come to that and say, CDC did all the work, and so that's why we are not being able to make a progress. That's not what the Abrampo voted the Unity Party. They voted for the Unity Party to make a difference. To at least by now, after 1 year, to see progress, to see the country being on track to change. But we're not saying that. We're seeing a lot of excuses. Oh, the CDC did it. So we don't want to hear the CDC did it because the Liberian people voted the CDC out because all those things that you are naming here, the corruption, the killing, the this, the that, they voted against the CDC because of all those things. And so for the Unity Party to come and be shifting blame, I don't think that's a progress. So anybody, I just want
to go to Robert. Not go to Robert. Robert. And then
let me respond.
Thank you.
Let me respond to a remark. I read Robert, 1 minute. Robert, 1 minute, please. 1 minute. I really do pity Siddiqui, to say that he's not seeing anything in the country and all he hears is one excuse after the other. It would suggest that you are not following the national discourse. There are tremendous progress that have been made across government. When I sat here from the beginning of the show, you are not here. I lay out the accomplishment of the government and people who were here follow that. So when you join the conversation in the middle, There are people listening to you, and you say, "Oh, everything I get excuse. Oh, the Liberian people voted CDC up because of this, and the minister only gave me excuses." That's not true. I don't know where you live. I don't know where you work, but come to the Ministry of Information tomorrow. Come there. For the Ministry of Information, I will take you to the Ministry of Lands and Mines. Come there. From there, I will take you to Marvel City Corporation. All of these buildings that we inherited in a filthy state have been further renovated to represent national government institution. Yet you say you don't see anything. I tell you that government has increased the salary of 28,777 as of January, this January. You say you don't see anything. You don't see anything. I tell you that the government is having concluding conversation about new investment coming to the country. You say you don't see anything. The only thing you get are excuses. The public works planting high quality solar light across Monrovia. I don't know where you live, but it will soon reach to you. You say you don't see anything. Look at the road, the intervention in the road infrastructure across Monrovia. You say we complain. You don't see anything. Maybe cataract on your eyeball. You gotta take it off.
Mr. Minister, welcome to the closing argument. And I believe,
thank you.
I could be wrong, but I believe this is my first time interacting with you. But I'm sure that you will say that you don't know where I live, but I live in Atlanta. I don't live in Liberia. I live in Atlanta. And I just heard you talk about the accomplishments. You talk about the renovation of inherited government buildings. Yet and still, the University of Liberia building is on social media for all of us to see. And that building does not look like it's been touched. In fact, it looks very filthy. It looks, and I believe this is the reason why the university have been closed going 7 months now under this administration. So when you talk about the renovation of buildings that you inherited, I don't think you should be mentioning the renovation of government buildings as an accomplishment. You did not succeed George Weah to renovate buildings. The renovation of buildings does not help the Liberian people, the masses, the people who voted for you. Did not vote for you to renovate government buildings. In fact, if I was president, those would be the last thing on my list. It does not put anything on the people's table when you talk about the bread and butter issue. So I'm a little disappointed that you mentioned that. But you talk about buildings renovation, which is why I mentioned that. But the University of Liberia, the country's flagship higher learning institution, has been displayed on social media, and it looks very, very filthy. And all Liberians, regardless of politics, should be embarrassed by that. You talk about the increase of salary as an accomplishment. Dr. Peabody, just give me a few seconds, please. I want, if this is correct, I want you to confirm it. In the employ of the government is roughly about 67 or 68,000, if you round it up, right? Am I right? According to the civil service agency. Is that right? The government has roughly about 68,000 employees in its employ, right? Is that right, Mr. Minister?
I can put a cap on the figure because there has been massive reform in the civil service to remove the ghost name. So I can't put a cap on it, but it's something in our neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay, so in our neighborhood. So if you have roughly about 68,000 in your employ, and you have about 3-point-something million Liberians who are unemployed, people who are struggling, people who live in abject poverty. Put this in perspective now, okay? I'm not against your government. I'm just trying to put things in perspective. If you got 68,000 Liberians in your employ that are underpaid, largely underpaid, and you have 28,400 of those 68,000 Liberians which salaries that you have increased, Do you think that that's roughly about 35%? It's not even 50%.
Can we mute some folks?
Do you think that's something to really be proud of? Is that something that we should count as an accomplishment?
You done?
No, I'm not done. I wanted to engage. I got two questions, but go ahead. Do you think I just ask you? You have 3-point-something million people in the country that are unemployed, that are struggling, lives in abject poverty, right? And you have about 70,000 Liberians in your employ. Of the 70,000 Liberians, you have increased the salary of less than 35%. Do you think, if you put things in perspective, looking at the larger issues that we face, right? Do you think that's something you should count as an accomplishment? Yes or no?
So your question would seem to me that Rome was built in a day.
No, I'm not asking what Rome was built. I'm asking you.
Rome was never built.
Simple question, yes or no? You have 3.5 million Liberians who live in abject poverty.
You talk about 5 minutes.
Who cannot afford? No, but listen, I don't want us to derail. Mr. Minister, I don't want us to derail.
No question.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, but no question.
Okay, so I don't want you to tell me what Rome was.
Don't ask me yes or no.
Okay, so take.
You ask a question, I will answer the question.
Okay, let me land that. So basically, what I'm saying to you is, any intelligent person. One second.
That's why you say already.
Okay, there you go. So I would think, right? If I was in your position, I would not sit on a platform such as this platform and brag about the salary increase, which is still going through the process because I think the budget has been passed and whatever the case is. 70,000 Liberians in your employ, which makes government the highest employer in the country. We're not even talking. We're talking about a dead private sector to begin with. This is your responsibility to create the environment. You talked about that earlier. You don't have a plan to create that environment for private sector job growth. You just mentioned the government is concluding talks with investors. You are concluding talks. You said the conclusion of talks with investor. You mentioned that as an accomplishment. Does that not sound insane that you will even mention the conclusion of talks with investor after 12 months? Investors have not come into the country. You can't mention a single investor, private sector investor that you've brought into the country after 1 year, but you have the audacity to mention as an accomplishment conclusion in talks with investor. So I would think that a sensible person will think that, given the larger issue when it comes to unemployment in the country, given a larger issue when it comes to abject poverty in the country, including the 20,000 you mentioned, because those 20,000, $150 increase or whatever the amount is, even if they're being paid on time, the cost of living in Liberia has gone up. It still does not count for much. If you got a family of 5 or 6 and you got to send to school, that $150 every month does not even count. At least you're making a little more than that, right? At least the ministers are making a little more than that, right? But those folks, it doesn't even count. So even though you've increased their pay, they're still living abject poverty. I would not sit on this platform and count that as an improvement. But I want you to answer this question. Take off your deputy minister hat. Take that off for a second. And just be fair as a Liberian. When it comes to tangibles, something we can see, not what the government has concluded or is concluding. When it comes to tangibles, with regards to the economy, with regards to the health sector, with regards to foreign policy, I want you to specifically tell me what has shifted. What can we say differently about Joseph Boaka's foreign policy approach? What can we say differently about Joseph Boaka's economy? I know that you just changed the minister of what's his name? The minister. What's the minister? Yeah, the minister of finance. You just changed the minister of finance, right? But what can you say when it comes to all of these different issues? What can you say has shifted? Tangibles that benefits the Liberian people. One thing.
Are you a sensible person?
I think I'm more logical than you because you sat on a platform that's a deputy minister. You said when someone bother with you, you don't use those kind of languages on a national. You just said when someone bother with you. Come on, you should know better than that. So if you ask me if I'm a logical person, I think I'm more intelligent than you.
Okay, so Let's take the next question. What are your question? Because I think you're very arrogant.
I'm more intelligent than you, and I can embarrass you on a given day. So don't ask me that question.
Okay, I heard you. I hear you. But when I answer the question,
you want to answer the question now?
That's the next question, Tomalin.
I want you to name one thing tangible that have shifted since this government took place.
You say I'm not a sensible person, so I will not answer your question. Let's go to the next person.
No, you asked me if I'm a logical person, and I'm telling you, don't ask such a question. I'm more intelligent than you, so yes, I am a logical person.
I didn't come here to how conversation with kind of man. Let's go to the next question.
So you will not answer the question? You are yet to answer the question. You're not going to be rude to me. I'm the last person you're going to be rude to. You're not going to be rude to me. So the buck stops right here. Are you going to answer the question or you're not going to answer the question? Okay, if you're not going to answer the question, let me make a statement. Let me make a statement. I'm not going to force you to answer the question. But when you come on this platform, you should understand that you're in a whole new terrain. The things that you say to the boys down Waller side, the things that you say on those palaver huts, are not things that are allowed here. You don't just come here and just say and spew anything you want to spew. For you to sit on this platform and blatantly lie to Liberians that they have been tremendous. Do you understand the definition of what tremendous is? Are you kidding me? There have been nothing close to tremendous when it comes to progress in this government in the first 12 months. You cannot name a single thing. I heard you name 3 things. You talk about renovation of buildings. Renovation of buildings does not count as an accomplishment. It doesn't count. How does that help the country progress? How does that help Liberians who voted for you, who were struggling under the U.S. government? No. You didn't want to answer my question, man. So don't interrupt me. Let me use my 2 questions and land. You don't have to answer my question, but I will expose you, your dishonesty, your hypocrisy. You talked about salary increase of less than 35% of the folks in your employ. You have not even talked about a plan to increase private sector job growth, the functionality of the private sector where folks can actually go and get serious jobs. Government should not be the highest employer. So to even come here and brag about that shows your limitation. You talked about road development. My friend, you promised, the government promised that in the first 90 days, no car would have gotten stuck on any major road. You spent $8 million. Was it $8 million or $22 million? Yet and still, at the conclusion of the rainy season, in your own district, which is why Joseph Boga could not drive from Monrovia to his county, he had to take a jet to go there. The roads are still messed up. And you talk about road development. Where are the roads development? Monrovia is not Liberia. You forgot that? So don't come on this platform and come and give us nonsense. When you come on this platform, when you engage intelligent people, you have got to be very careful, because we will debunk your lies, we will expose your lies, and we will expose your limitation. And I stop here for right now.
Okay. People coming. Pewee, you ready? Peabody?
Oh yeah.
Let's go to Ben. Ben was next.
Yeah.
Then Pewee.
Mr. Minister, are you aware that harmonization is a program from the World Bank?
Except you tell me.
Oh no, I'm asking. So if you don't know, then I will tell you. So I'm asking: Are you aware that harmonization is a?
Tell me.
Oh, you are not aware. Okay. So now that you are not aware, then I can ask my question now, because you stated that harmonization was a problem, and you guys had to increase people's salary. So if harmonization is a problem, did you guys get rid of harmonization? That's the question.
But Ben, I don't know where you're heading, but if you have a situation where one government significantly reduced the salary of the civil servant, and we have come, we said we'll increase the salary in trenches. The first step will be to target a specific number of people in the strategic sector, the health and security, amounting to 28,000 plus. We'll give them salary top-ups, right? That's a step in the right direction. And I would want to say to that effect that it's a process. They took 6 years to significantly reduce the salary of civil servant. We're not going to take 1 year to do everything across the government. Why? Because
Minister, please.
I'm coming. Why? Because resources are limited. So, for example, when the Minister of Finance spoke the other day, he said that there were 32 million that they should have spread across for the salary top-ups. But because the former government took some 83 million from the bank in the month of December to service some things for salary or whatever explanation they gave, he said they had to split the 32 million into two, because right now they have to pay that money back to the Central Bank of Liberia. I think you know that the CDC government here last month took 83 million from the Central Bank. They have to give that money back to the Central Bank. So this government is repaying that money. So they had to split that 32 million into two. 16 billion goes to the Central Bank of Liberia. It is the remaining 16 billion that was spread across the first 28,000 civil servants. So what he said basically was that it's a continuing process. By the grace of God, in the next.
So, Mr. Minister, all I'm saying, there was a program put in place by the CDC government that your government doomed to be a very bad policy. So all I'm asking you, if this is a bad policy, you must remove a bad policy before you can replace it with something. Because all I'm hearing now, there is a new thing you guys are doing now to increase your salary, right?
Get yourself confused, Ben. If you wanted the government to approach it the way you're saying, is okay, we can't undo harmonization.
Yes,
where do you get the money from?
But it is a bad.
So you just for example, if the wage bill, let me give you an analogy. You take, for example, you say if the government decides to do what Ben is suggesting, the wage bill go to $60 million per month, and you say the government does it right away, through a strike of the pen, the president signed it, the government will do harmonization. Where do we get the money from to pay everybody?
Because harmonization was not done by legislature. The president can undo it with a stroke of a pen.
Don't get yourself confused. Doing it would mean that you identify the resources to take the salary back to where it was. If you can't get the resources, how can you do it? How
so
do it?
Then how is it a bad policy?
So
you are telling us that you are telling us you inherited a bad policy and you are still implementing that bad policy. Am I right?
But so you are getting everything twisted, Ben, and this is bad for the conversation.
Okay.
You are getting everything twisted. You are asking us, government, to wake up one morning and take a rash decision and say we are undoing harmonization. So if for example, give me a chance. If people were making $1,500 in a particular position and harmonization saw him come down to $900, and you say you sign to undo harmonization, you have the money to pay Pewee? Do you have the money? These are things that you don't approach. You are doing it. You have to be able to think through it, identify the sources of funding before you can take one step. So the reason why the first 28,000 person will be accommodated as of January 2025 is because the Ministry of Finance has already identified.
Mr. Minister, please, was this not part of your campaign
What?
to the Liberian people? Was this not part of your campaign to the Liberian people that you will undo harmonization on day one? You will get rid of this bad policy? Why are you keeping something that is unjustly?
Why did we tell you that we'll undo harmonization on day one? Why did we tell you that?
During the campaign. It was a campaign slogan. Maybe you forgot.
Let us have a stand-up conversation. I don't like us going back and forth on issues that don't have no substance.
I'll rest. I'm done.
We're going to take over the presidency, do harmonization. What sense does it make?
Let's go to Sylvester.
And I see you say you coming defender. I see why coming.
Tanya, you're probably there. But as you question, you try to go after the phone and chat. That will not work. It will not work. All right. It's not going to work here, Tanya. And I know that's your job. That's what you paid to do. That's what you're paid to do, Daniel. But that goes Sylvester, and then we'll go to Anthony before I come in that 2 minutes.
So, Sylvester, you ready?
One question, I can't answer me. Watching.
Sylvester, you ready?
I'm gonna see wearing cheese.
Go ahead now.
Sylvester, you ready? Yeah.
Yo, let's go to the next person. I don't think he's ready.
All right, Anthony.
Sylvester is not
go
ready.
Ahead, guys. I'm the phone. Come on, go ahead.
He's okay. He's Charlie laughing. Good evening, everyone. I've been following from the beginning. I was here, with Professor Larry Kennedy. We're going back and forth with the minister. Good evening, Minister Sando. Nice to see you again. I follow your confirmation hearing, and I was giggling all through the process. I saw how you were defending Senator Yombi Kangalaurin during the campaign time. And he was a very tough-spoken person.
I love the part of people.
But listen, man, your job is a very tough job. I hope you love this job, and I hope you keep the job. But we are here to hold you and every elected and appointed government official accountable because you are the taxpayer employee. Are you agree? And I hope you are prepared to have an exchange. If you don't have the answer, so be it. You can give me political answer, whatever the case it may be. The audience will decide. Now, what is the policy of the agenda, of the arrest agenda? Because your mantra is arrest. So the arrest agenda needs a policy to drive it. What is the policy for the arrest agenda, and where can we find it? Whether on the website or to some house where it's sitting now, so we can go register to get out. Where is it?
So, like I said, Anthony, let me first of all say thanks for following. The arrest agenda for inclusive development was
No, I want the policy. I know the agenda.
Okay. So it will be launched in Basel on Wednesday, and after the launch, it will be available on the Ministry of Finance website. Maybe I will personally send you a copy of that so you can have it, because this is a way we can standardize the
other people have told you have a policy, and I have said all alone that there has been zero policy. CDC in 9 months were able to give us something called the PAPD, the Propos Development for Development and Prosperity. Even though they did not follow their own document, but at least we have some kind of document to hold them by, right? So thank you for admitting that the arrest agenda.
No.
You don't have it yet. It has not been launched, so you don't have it yet.
You don't have a conversation now. Let's not go back and forth.
So you don't have it.
Hold on.
Next question, so we don't hold the show, right? You don't have it yet until it's launched.
But so you're not getting me right?
In our possession right now. So you want 1 year without a policy. Granted. Thank you. The next question I have for you is: we saw President Joseph Yumambuaka, His Excellency, taking a drug test as a sign for a commitment to fight illicit drugs in the country. We have many of our brothers and sisters who are hooked on that drugs. I was shocked when I did my own assessment that in Zwedru, Grand Jida County, there are 8 communities that have been identified as quote-unquote Zokos communities. Where in Grand Jida County, 8 communities have been identified as Zoko communities. Sorry, somebody trying to call me. That should tell you that this drug issue is serious, not just Montserrat County. Can you tell the audience today, our listeners and those that are following us today, how many people that this administration have been able to take off drugs?
So first and foremost, the the government approach to fighting illicit drugs and other dangerous substances, it goes just beyond the rehabilitation of drugs victim. It goes beyond that. It's an approach that seeks to go after the importer and both the supplier and the end users. So if you see that there has been many crackdown on these criminal hangouts, the ghettos, that is because the government is going after the distributors who are supplying these young people in the various communities. The government is also going after importers. On the airport, for example, there are a lot of arrests that have been made there. At the various port of entry, the most dangerous zone for Liberia right now is the port, is the border point with Sierra Leone. When we talk to the former officer in charge of the Drugs Enforcement Agency, he told that was a hot spot for the importation of drugs in Liberia. So it's a approach. It's not just focused on rehabilitation.
Can we mute?
But specifically to your question, the report that I got from the Ministry of Health that the first 123 young people were successfully rehabilitated and reintegrated into the society. One of the problems that we have constantly faced, even with the rehabilitation center, there's something called relapse. These young people will be recruited, taken there, they spend time, they come through it, but when they get back into the community, there's a possibility for relapse. So it's a problem.
So
it's a problem for us.
For the record, you are saying that this administration in the first year was able to take off 123 individuals of drugs. Is that correct?
Sure, that's the report I got from the Ministry of Health today.
Okay, thank you. Are you back, my time? Back to you, Mr.
All right. Minister, I believe it's my time. You listed a lot of things here about President. We are what President.
Because I said let's talk about.
Huh? Listen.
Ask the question.
You listed a lot of stuff here. President, we didn't do this. President, we didn't do that. I told we're still in election mode. I really thought we were still in the election mode. Okay, but how will you account, right? One of the things, and you, Daniel, I listened to you a lot on other network, had your own platform. You one of those who talk about President, we are flying private jet. So how will you account for President Garguah flying private jet at this time? How will you account for that? I listened to you. I listened to President Garguah doing the same thing. Now he's all over the place with private jet. How will you account for that?
Even locally now. So
that's wouldn't have
even bad now that he's doing it locally.
I knew this conversation wouldn't have ended without this question being asked. So, Daniel, you criticize the former president for riding private jet, and now your own president is riding private jet. The first thing here is that we didn't criticize the president for riding private jet. We criticize the president for using our taxpayer money.
And who money is being used right now? Your money?
Tomalin, please Robert. I don't like to be talking and be interrupted.
Okay, you're protected.
Your money?
He has money. I want
to use. My man, start being talking. Start talking.
The way you keep interrupting.
Talking about with the taxpayer. Who money being used? Your money?
Robert, let him speak. Let him flow.
So the point I'm making here is that President Garguah goes to the United States, for example, and on the margin of the General Assembly, conversations are held for the president to go to meet the leader in Equatorial Guinea. Unlike Liberia, a poor country, those are countries that are well off. the leader's own fly commercial. President Boubacar is on record for flying commercial flights. Go to ECOWAS summit. Go to international meetings. Nothing has happened to him. And so if somebody and the president boarded that private plane to go to that to honor that invitation, what is wrong with it? So we have to be able to draw a line of dichotomy. The criticism that we gave President Weah for using our taxpayer money to acquire a private jet that was parked on the airport that he was using. The cost of maintaining that plane, crew, and everything was at the expense of Liberia. Unlike in the current case where there are people who now feel comfortable to do business with Liberia, and the president goes out there, he make a case for Liberia. We don't have a private jet of country, and the president should go Ghana to attend inauguration and they send a private jet for the president. He should say, oh, I can't buy a private jet in my country. And buy a plane ticket to go get on Oscar, 6 o'clock in the morning to go to Ghana. Which one do you prefer? So, I mean, all of these things, criticism cannot be a one-size-fits-all scenario. We did not put a moratorium or campaign for the ban on the president riding private jet. What we campaigned against was the president having money to acquire a private jet that was parked at the Rabat International Airport. And you, Tomalin, know this. That plane was parked at the Rabat International Airport. The cost of maintaining that plane and the crew on that plane was all at the expense of the country. So that was the basis of our criticism. If Tomalin says, "Son, come to me in next month," and he says, "Son, you cannot afford to buy a plane."
That's a joke.
I have a friend who have a private drive. As you say, no, I will not take it. I will insist that Tomalin buy me plane ticket to come there, or I will insist that the government will buy the ticket. We have to be serious for the country.
All right.
The things that President Weah did, the things that President Weah did that got him out of power are things that I would never support. I would never support those things. Like leaving the country and going out.
You were doing the same thing right now and worse.
I would not support that. President Boubacar would not do
that. How many trips have you taken and what has returned? What is return on those trips? You've taken more trips than George Weah with not a single return other than just talks. What are you talking about, man? Do you know your government?
Peabody,
you don't even seem to understand the government you work and speak for.
Okay. All right, Dad, let me tell you my second question.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry. This guy is a joke.
Dad, you know why? I was last week. Let me say
the biggest joke.
You know, sometimes, you know, there's I don't want to go into no court here, but there's sometimes we don't know the thing we say can come back to home.
I'll be leaving 15 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Like that. Okay, my next question. My next question here to you. I want in that.
The man got to go to sleep to. What do you mean? Why? You got to go to sleep.
Let's do it fast. I'll ask one question. We'll go around.
Very good.
Yeah, I say that, Daniel. Sometimes we say things we don't know that are going to come back to haunt us. And that's exactly what you're doing now. But let me ask you a question. You one of those that criticize President Weah for not having press conference? He said the president don't have no press conference. He doing. Why is Boubacar not having press conference these days? Why he have not sat down with journalists to take questions? Mr. Deputy Minister of Information for Public Affairs. Why is it that President Boubacar don't take no question?
So, now following, President Boubacar addressed the MICA press briefing months ago. The Ministry of Information Affairs and Tourism, when he went to launch the employee regularization exercise by the CSA.
I'm talking about sitting down with the press. Sitting down with the press and answering questions, Daniel. You're not going to take a ride on this. You're not going to take a ride on this, Daniel.
You said the president and I addressed a press conference. And I'm just about to tell you that.
I'm going to go free on this.
Yeah, I mean, we have to respect the right of the guest to speak.
Okay.
Why you want to hold the show on stage? Yeah.
I like my kids.
You made a claim. You made a claim very much. You said the president has not had any press conference, which is not true.
When
the president addressed a meager regular press briefing, and that is the reason why. Do you know what a press conference is?
I know.
Tell me.
Mika, be not a press conference.
No, I'm done. Let
me ask. Mr. Sanders, let me ask my last question.
I've not spoken much. Okay, but let me say this. Right, Minister, you finish?
If you will, I just want please.
No. I want to put this question there. Everybody ask this question. People are asking me to ask the question.
Okay.
Minister Sando. Okay. Can you how will you address this? That CDC handed UP a stronger MCC foundation, while UPB as compared to what UP handed to CDC, because the MCC uses from April of the previous year to March of the following year to come up with the grades, and CDC have passed twice before you guys in the last 2 MCC year, and that's how come this government are eligible for the compact. Can you admit that fact? Yeah, go ahead.
So the Tomalin.
Yeah.
No, that's how the select people get it.
You got a few more minutes off. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Why are trying to force this anything?
No, because when you asked that earlier today, you went after the CDC, you want a record and so forth. So I think it's fair enough to ask these questions for at least.
Okay. That's the point. The CDC has 6 years to work and qualify for the compact. They failed 5 consecutive times, right? They had 6 years. They failed 5 consecutive times. You can blame us.
No, but
you remember?
But Daniel, stop right there now.
I'm coming.
No, I won't stop right there.
Let me talk.
I won't forget this. Before you came to power, CDC, because they inherited the last compact score, which caused CDC to fail because they were grading the previous year. So based on the grade of the previous year that CDC inherited from UP caused them to fail that year when it came to power. So go ahead.
So I mean, I'm just saying to you that there are basic standards for the party scorecard.
Yes.
Okay. Before you qualify for party scorecard, and I have information in my possession, report released by the MCC that proved that CDC failed 5 consecutive times. And on what basis did they fail? The rule of law, investment in education, all the standards are there. They failed. We have come for the step we took over the last 11 to 12 months, qualify Liberia for the let us celebrate and depoliticize. That because CDC,
you can't get CDC the credit. You credit that?
They didn't fail 5 times. That's not true. They failed 3 times. That's not true.
The past 2 times. The last 2
years. The past 2, yes.
I'm being sold by 3%.
Okay, go ahead. You protect it. Go ahead.
The rule of law.
You protect it. Go ahead.
If you have 6 and you fail 5 times, you pass 1 time and not pass it. Yeah.
I cannot do use the word 5.
What she failed to do for herself. What I do know is that Liberia, under the leadership of His Excellency President Bouaka, qualified for the second compact. We hold it at that and celebrate our country. Other than say, but they think it came from CDC. If CDC rather could qualify Liberia compact, why they for the time?
What have you done to be qualified? What have you done about the CDC?
No,
what have you done? Stop joking here, man.
Can I? Mr. Sando, can I just
ask the last question?
And I hope this question will be a strict question instead of going back for some.
Pewee, you would not restrict me.
We got to come in. No, other than that, if listen, Tomalin, the way you, and that's one of the reasons why I deliberately want to form the way, because You allow somebody for to take the show, go back and forth, and take the time on the show.
No.
And we all want to do that. When I be,
fair. Everybody been fair. We try our best.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm the one with the shortest question ever.
Why you acting like something big happening? You don't go ahead.
Are you done talking? Are you done talking?
The minister say he won't leave, so y'all got to ask a question.
Let me go. Let me talk to
Lofa. Pewee.
No, we'll go grant you that.
Ask a question.
Mr. Sando, on a very serious note, the reason I came back on here, again, I was enjoying the show in the back. I was just going to relax and listen for the rest of it. But there was a question that you attempted to, just run away from. But I purposely came back for clarification. You said the president visit regarding the private jet. The jet or the whatever it was, the price was sponsored or paid for by those who invited the president, his colleagues. So who paid for the jet from Monrovia to Lofa County?
Now the chiefs.
Is that a question?
That's my question. That's what I just want to know. Who paid for the jet from Monrovia to Lofa?
You see, we keep the Liberian people awake. At this time, people listen to the radio, and you have a policy maker before you.
Mm-hmm.
And the question you ask, and it goes to everybody. The question are not different from what, I mean, I'm talking about the president of the country. The president travels are funded by the national budget.
Well, I guess George
the president
was the minister.
Answering it now.
I guess George was the minister. So Joe,
Robert, please. Robert, I beg you, Robert, please. Robert, hold on 1 second. Please don't interrupt him. He's about to give us an answer.
That man cannot be a mess.
Robert, no. He's about to give us an answer.
All right, go ahead.
I didn't answer it.
It's still not diminished.
It does not forget about this man go in chain. You answer the question.
You want to go chain? You want to go chain? I can give it to you, my man. No problem. But I will expose your limit.
Somebody who disturbing the
No, the man with my bush, I'll give it to him.
Mr. Sano, you were about to elaborate on your response. Can you go further? You claim that it was covered.
This man want to disturb the conversation. I said I respect his right to insult. Yeah, I respond to him. I want to respond to him. I respect his right.
Well, you responded to
the
me.
Liberian people
Don't respond to me. Go ahead.
You said Daniel Son is intolerant, but you have somebody on the show who I don't know from anywhere is abusing the opportunity of interacting with a government official.
You are a government
official, and he keeps doing it.
Daniel Son, you are nobody. Go.
Robert, let's not.
Let them an opportunity.
Rob, your panelist, your
let me candid.
I'm done. Go ahead.
How do you to encourage other official government to come on the show? How do you encourage me?
And then
this platform.
Now they won't come on the show, and that is a clear point you just said. You are a government official.
But let's
disagree with you on the issue, but not on the.
We come from different political background. Two other shows you've been very similar. We have our interaction. You ask questions, you disagree with the answer. You don't insult. But you bring somebody on the show who want to gain relevance at my expense.
You see what?
And you think I'll give you that attention?
You see what the man's saying?
I give it to you.
That I want to gain relevance at his. You can't say the kind of thing on the show You are nobody. Why would I want to? What kind of relevance you have?
Robert,
Rob, just cut it out.
Robert, that's our guest,
Rob, we have a
and that's the
platform
minister.
protect.
Whether we like
Anyway,
it or not.
Anyway, Mr. Sando, it was great having you. It was great having you on here. Thanks for accepting the invitation. You guys have a good night.
That the minister, I know we Robert, that's our guest. We gotta
Nobody insulted me first, Dr. Peabody. Asking me if I'm a logical person. You don't do that. You don't come to someone's house and insult them. I ask you a question, answer the question or not. But you insulted me first. Right? Asking me, are you a logical person? What was the essence of that?
All right. But
Rob, you had a chance to
guest.
address that issue earlier. So let's make Robert, please. Just hold it.
No, Robert, the issue on my voice.
No, but Rob, we all saw it here, and we allow you to express yourself. Can you let it go?
I think the gold chain thing stuff. I don't think
you about gold chain. Like you want my gold chain? We done with that. So what about my gold chain?
Hey man, guys, I beg you.
Guys, this is not right.
Yeah, that's what
Look, guys, that's not right. You gotta respect the minister. I don't respect the minister.
Rob, you got your character to protect. Don't do that.
I'm done.
Yeah, Robert. I
done,
respect the minister.
I'm done.
He's our minister. Whether we like it or not, he's a minister. And he was able to come on our show while a lot of people will not come. I think we should.
And to be honest, he is better behaving like none of the son that we believe.
Mr. Sano, I know you can honestly say that we have treated you with respect and courtesy. Yeah. You know that you have given all the credit and credit. So we don't know it won't be your first and last. You encourage people. Yeah. So I mean,
someone like you who have known for, I don't want to encounter such disturbances. But again, it's part of the job we sign up for. People insult you for no reason because they think that the space you occupy belongs to their preferred choice of candidate. And I've said this repeatedly. We have a country to govern over the next 5 years. There will not be any presidential election until 2029. Save your energy. The political line is drawn in 2029. We bear at the barricade before us. Our sleeves will be folded. We meet there. But if we come to give accountability to the people who are awake by this time listening to you, it becomes a disservice to them when the conversation get chaotic and people start to throw out, diatribes and everything. People are like, oh, it's not right. And I get talked to make that point. That people ask me, whether the president flying private jet. I know he doesn't agree with the answer that I gave him. But the answer that I gave him is an explanation that makes sense. That we didn't criticize the former president because he was just flying private jet, but he was using taxpayer money. Now, go beyond just saying the president flying private jet, say, oh, yeah, it's a payment the president made to the company or this private plane, this and that. Then we'll have a conversation. Until that can happen, you cannot liken President Bouaka one or two instances getting on the private country. Because I have information in my possession that point to the fact that most of those, every time you see the president riding private jet, it is not at the expense of the country. It saved us even more. So why should we get angry about it?
And then you violating that.
Why should we get angry?
Code of conduct.
Why code of conduct?
The president should not receive any gift that surpassed $250 United States dollars.
Tomalin, Dr. Peabody, can I say?
The president cannot receive any service or gift that more than $250 United States dollars.
Is that a gift?
Oh yes, the service is a gift. What do you mean?
I will leave. I'll take Sylvester question now.
Go ahead, Sylvester.
Back to you, Mr. Minister. I got a point on this issue. I'm concerned about this because the president committed to us. Come again? I think
the mobile exercise.
the president committed to us about upholding the rule of law, and one of the particular issue you spoke about about this. You're very loud about this process, and in some cases, very condescending towards the former president of our country and the government of Liberia at the time. This issue about the code of conduct. Let me bring you back to this process. Does this government been headed by His Excellency Ambassador Boakai respect the code of conduct? Do you still believe and respect the code of conduct? If I can move, I just want you to answer that quickly.
My question is rather promotional because, unlike President Salih, who emphasized the code of conduct for public officials, President Boakai is the next president who has ready. First of all, he's code of conduct. The president signed the code of conduct.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he's the first president.
Thank you. But
beyond that, the president has also acted in conformity with strategic positions of the code of conduct. For example, part 10 calls for asset declaration of public officials, right?
Thank you. So, let me move on. You take on answer. Let me move on. I just wanted that point that the president respect the code of conduct. Now you said the only president that respect, I don't like all of issue. Good. Do you know correctly, as per the code of conduct, section E 2.6, that no government official holding to within the operative of government bureaucracy can also hold outside political work outside of government in terms of political institution. But do you also know that the chairman of the National Port Authority of the Republic of Liberia and is the current chairman of the Unity Party? And do you also know that the managing director of the Liberian Petroleum Refining Company is the current secretary general of the party that this president that respect the code of conduct? Do you know those things? So how do you come to that? Somebody respect the code of conduct and honor his nose. They've been blatantly disrespected and undermined by his official.
So let me talk my own now. So the president at the 3-day cabinet retreat that was organized in 2024 opened a call on the current Secretary General of the UP, the chairman, and other officials of the government who are political party officials to determine whether they want to stay on the job and relinquish a party position. When the president made that pronouncement, the office of the ombudsman sent a notice to officials of government who are party officials and are also occupying position against the law. He went to NEC, he acquired the list of political parties and got the executive committee names and traced that to the people in the government. And he wrote them letter saying that you are acting against the law, you have to resign to retain your party position, or you resign from the party. Guess what, Pewee? Guess what?
Go ahead.
The political party official went to the Supreme Court. They went to the Supreme Court to pray for a prohibition against the action of the ombudsman. Now, we are a government that respect the rule of law. The Supreme Court has ruled in our case.
That under the president knows for 1 year. He didn't take no action. The president failed to take action on the thing. You agree that
I have one last question, please.
Agree?
They want to play game on the court.
I have one last question.
The president will allow that.
15 seconds to ask it.
Serious president will suspend those people.
But so first of all, the man said they're going to code so that the code delay now. The code now.
Not the code. The president
for
1 year.
I got one question.
People violated the law.
At the time, they are appointed the ombudsman are being appointed.
The ombudsman don't have to be appointed. The president should know that you violated. You shouldn't take position. That's why I asked the president respect it.
I have one last question, somebody, please.
Pewee.
I gave you
the last part of it. Few seconds. You said this thing. I just want you to clarify. I knew this. You said that Amara got contract here in the U.S. And you are the deputy spokesperson of the government of Canada. You said that Amara got contract here in America.
Yep.
Can you tell us
Well,
which institution?
Yes.
Which institution that Amara is currently?
Yeah, forget about it. That's all.
Daniel, Mr. Sano, they are of you. Can answer his question that we just highlighted? Because for the ministry you're talking about, actual, factual.
But I don't put information. I get money, man. They are reactionary people. They react to stories. Reactionary.
I mean, we got actual.
Let me just read one last question, please. 15 seconds.
So, but then, Mr. Sano,
thank you. That's my time. Let me say something.
Rob, before you come, you get asked one last question.
Wait, 1 second. No, 1 second. No, 1 second. Anthony, 1 second, my brother. Let me have my time. I want the record to reflect. Let me have my time. Let me say this. I'm not engaged in the minister, but let me say this. We take our time to come on this platform, and we are all professionals. We don't get paid. When we come on this platform, our job is to engage our guests. This platform is open to everyone, regardless of your political affiliations. And anyone who knows me knows that. Some of my closest friends are Unity Party partisans. If George Lobo can come on this platform, even though I have fiercely criticized the president, and we can have a civil conversation that I can still be strong on him without any insults or disrespect, anyone else can come in, we can have a civil conversation. I ask question and you respond. That's my job. If you don't want to respond, I won't force you to respond, but you won't alter my question. You won't alter my question, and I won't alter or determine how you respond. For anyone to come on this platform or on live radio and ask me, "Are you a logical person?" That's rude. It's not an example. It's not how public officials carry themselves. You can come in people's home, and they open doors to you. They are very hospitable to you, and then you attempt to disrespect them, making statements like seek relevance. I don't need relevance from anyone. But let me say this: when it comes to this government, we have been very, very clear, and any sensible person, including those who voted for this government, will admit that this government have done absolutely nothing in its first term on each of the key issues, for the deputy minister to sit on this platform and attempt to lecture us on or make sense of the fact that Joseph Boakai is flying private jet. Did Seditionists not also say that George Weah French sent private jet? Tomalin, I wish that the Peabody was on the show. Did that stop Daniel Sanders from criticizing George Weah? Did they show any documentation that George Weah private jet was at the expense of the Liberian people? Did that stop him from criticizing George Weah? To sit here now and try to justify why he criticized George Weah for flying private jet, and he's been muted on the president flying private jet, is belly driven. It's clear what he's doing over here. I don't expect him to criticize George Weah or President Joseph Boakai for flying private jet like he did George Weah, because he works for Joseph Boakai. He works at the word and pleasure for Joseph Boakai. But what you should not do is try to make fool of us or play with our intelligence. If it was wrong yesterday for Joseph Boakai flying private jet, for George Weah flying private jet, it's wrong today. There should be absolutely no justification for that. The last jet that Joseph Boakai flew to Nigeria, did they come from Equatorial Guinea? Did they come from Equatorial Guinea, or did they come from Nigeria? Or was it Joseph Boakai private a friend that sent that jet to him as well? Why did they not send jets to him when he was vice president or when he was a private citizen? How many private jets did he take? The University of Liberia is in disarray. What have they done about that? Jobs creation, not a single private sector investor has come to the country. On all of this key issue, the root of law. What have they done about the root of law? The country is in chaos. Death all over the place. Fires all over the place. What have they done? This government have done absolutely nothing in its first year. So for Daniel Sanders to come on his show and for us to sit here and allow him to play with our intelligence and play with the intelligence of thousands and hundreds of folks that are listening to us, it's wrong. We can fiercely disagree all day. I don't have to insult anyone. Have I insulted anyone yet? He asked a question, are you a logical person? I am a logical person. And in fact, I am more logical than you. What's my response? And then he talks about my chain. How many guests have we had on this platform? What my chin got to do with the next thing? Talking about ring, my watch. I'm wearing ring and watch too. Want to talk about that? How relevant is my chin to this discussion when we are having serious conversations with serious guests, with serious-minded people who represents government? And by the way, he represents us. The money he gets paid is our taxpayer money. I'm a private citizen. I don't represent the government. So when you come on this platform, you've got to conduct yourself a certain way. You can just spew anything and talk to people or any kind of way. This is not the expectation we set here. And so I want to end by saying this to our listening audience. If anyone felt backsided or taken aback by the exchanges, I owe you an apology. But I do not owe Donaldson an apology. We've got to show respect. Respect is not given. Respect is earned. This is our house. We have a standard here. No one, and I mean no one, will come on this platform, disrespect me, and be allowed to go unchecked. You will be checked. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, let me say this. Okay, let me say this, right? Look, we have to understand this. You see, you have 1,200 person plus watching. They start getting interested. One thing I bring people when they see, they start getting interested. And today, a lot of people watching the show from all sides of the political divide. And one thing we should understand is that we as panelists, we are here to ask these questions. Like even if the person is lying or not saying the truth, we expose it and let the public, the court of public opinion will decide. The public will not take it. We should take our hats from our partisan hats and everything, and just be try to pretend to be objective and independent minded to ask these questions. Okay, in so doing too, we gotta watch our choice of words that we use when we are talking, because the words we're using now, the person that gets me take it differently and react. So now, like Peabody said, don't get under your skin. Don't let somebody get under your skin. You gotta take it. Look, I know the public is watching. They will make the determination. They will make the decision. So now you have people from the Unity Party. All of them, I saw them watching. They're all watching this show and so forth. They have some people have expressed that they said, "Oh, we want to come on your show because we noticed that your platform is not how people expected were perceived to be. You guys are open-minded. You guys are independent. Because most of the time we see you guys arguing among yourself about defending the government, not defending the government, being critical or not. So in a new era we're starting, we got to understand people want to come on. A lot of people express their desire to come. In fact, the presidential press secretary, she said she will come in before the State of the Union address. And all watching tonight. So look, we make them feel comfortable. Like I was saying earlier, let them feel comfortable. Let them feel relaxed so that they can sit here and people can disagree with them. Look, the minister, like the Anthony Gay said, the job that Daniel has, usually Fagon had that job before. Isaac Jackson had that job before. That's a tough job in the government. That job, you are there to propagate the government position, anything. So if you expect him to come here and come and say, we are first time were better than Boaka. His job is to say they were more better than his job. Even if the person is not saying the truth, I think many times, I think Lofa about it, we call them out and let it hang. The public will decide that. But we try to go back and forth with them and getting into that kind of stuff, it looked awkward, it looked bad.
Tomalin, our job is to push back. He got his right, but our job is to push back.
Robert, honestly,
Robert, the man lie on the platform.
Robert, you went personal with him to the extent that it became.
No, I didn't go personal with him. He went personal with me. I did not.
But when you're leading your ground for your question, you use some choice of words you used that he felt. Yeah, you.
What? No, I didn't.
You said no logical person. You said no logical person. No person. You did the word you used. No logical
but it wasn't him I was speaking to. I said no logical person.
Because he said it. He said. You respond to something that he said. So you, and in other words,
guys, let me progress.
Let's discuss it behind closed doors, gentlemen.
Okay,
but what I'm saying is, my job is to ask the question. His job is to answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, fine.
Yeah. Okay. So, but we can't be seen like we trying to go after the person and mean like the guests look uncomfortable. But and that's why people. I mean, we're getting. So, but I don't want to say that. Lord, let us understand. Our job is tough too. We want to make sure that we make the guests feel comfortable. The public, guys, they put right in the public corner. They don't want making that. They want attacking. They will say what they want to say. I can't restrict them. Only when it costs, people will come after them, but they can criticize and do what they want to say. But for us, even we pretend like you see Lofa, when he not comfortable with what happened, he gets off because like you want to go back and forth. But also, I think we had a good show, and like we said before,
Lofa being a coward, he should have stayed on.
Lofa can take a run, man. So
guys, let me progress.
My man, let me say this.
Come on.
Let me say this. And that's the beauty. that's the beauty of the show, right?
Yeah.
I know that when Sano came on, I asked him a couple of questions that he could not answer. He couldn't tell me how many jobs. He couldn't tell me whether
But Sano could not even answer, Professor Larry question.
Okay, see, Larry left it so.
Yeah, Professor Larry knew that he was,
Yeah.
The people that Samatoy was on the show, yeah, and they didn't play with Samatoy. Did he start anyone? No, he did not.
No, but Samatoy is more disciplined.
Daniel Sanders is not sophisticated.
But guys, let's give it to Daniel Sanders.
Daniel in a tough spot to do.
The guy that I knew when he was campaigning. That's not the guy was there today. He was.
And I gave him credit. I gave him credit for coming on the show because I know a lot of people
to come on, but he still made it come.
A lot of people reach out to him and told him not to come. I mean, and this is tough. He was in a very tough spot.
That guy says I agree with.
So the way he used to get around the question was to say something rough to somebody to get you picked. Yeah, call him a chick.
No, you did not call me a chick. You called me a coward. So I'm going to respond to you. Since you want us to be a little bit, you want to be petty about this nonsense. No, you want to be petty about this nonsense. Sometimes we must exhibit some level of professionalism. I saw it was a heated moment. There was a need for someone to either just abstain from the process. That don't make anybody a coward. For Dr. Peabody to sit on here.
You must say I ain't going back and forth on that.
Reference another panelist as being a coward. That speaks volume. I'm
Lofa,
okay.
You must say not going. I'm even going to go back and forth on that. You're not going to come here and try insulting nonsense and stuff like that. You're not going to do that.
Don't do that.
You're not going to say that.
Lofa, you just so Lofa, listen now.
Lofa,
one minute.
Do that.
But you're not going to come here and say nonsense and stuff like that. That's wrong.
Lofa, you just came on this show. You had a gust to tell people.
Remember,
I know. You had a gust to tell people just now that I was being unprofessional to do that. You put me on the back. And let me tell you guys something. If you're allowed, you guys ever do that to me again. If you're allowed, if you guys allowed, ever put me professional. If you guys allowed, ever put me again, this time at the back, I will leave this show. I've got several times. Guys, allow that nonsense to
go back and forth because we're panelists.
Come on, stop it. Look back.
You have much more than me, right?
We must give them respect.
Stop what you're doing, man, guys. Just stop what you're doing. Just stop what you're doing, man. Stop. Watching the show.
He wanted this. That's why he kept doing it.
Lofa, you can't go caught up more than me. You can't.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
You can't go caught up more than me.
Let's do that.
You can't go caught up more than me. He cannot go caught up more than me. I'm just saying.
Watching us, man. People coming to show that today.
Guys, we are still on the radio in Liberia.
We're still on the radio, guys. We're still on the radio, but yeah, I would say I think we need to.
You guys gotta stop what you're doing, man.
Sylvester, let's get back to the conversation. We'll do this.
I'm going back to the conversation. But listen, nothing wrong. When I was on the phone, I was muted, right? For anyone to any continent, those kind of a thought process, meaning. I was muted. No one will hear my conversation. Nobody will hear my conversation. So why should people be so eruptive and
it's okay. That's okay. Let's get back to the conversation.
Nobody will hear my conversation. Then you put me at the back.
Yeah, that is okay. It's okay.
No, but who did that? Who put him in the back?
That Lofa man did it.
That was wrong. He shouldn't have done that.
He put me at the back. Why are you doing that?
Let's get back to the conversation.
Guys, we need a dissect this show. We need a.
This is the.
No,
guys. This is the
dissect the show.
Listen.
So Peabody, here's the thing, right?
My statement. No, give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. I'll give you a chance to talk.
Assume.
I will give you a chance to talk. You're not going to talk over me. I will give you a chance to talk. You're not going to talk over me. I will give you a chance to talk. You're not going to talk over me.
Because what if I prove to you I did not put
I was on the floor. I was on the floor.
You guys go to the
And give me
platform.
a
Just
chance
stop
to
what you're
talk.
doing, man. You
I
guys
was
go
on the
wash
floor. Give
your
me a chance to
Stop
talk.
clean.
I
Because
said when I said
different.
Lofa was a coward, I said it in a very jovial manner. I was just joking. You should have come and said Peabody.
Yeah,
I didn't
so
like what you said. But you came and said, "Oh, nonsense!" It's kind of insulting. You insult and disrespect me. Don't do that. When I said Lofa,
Let it toy. He get Tinsky.
Yeah, we were all joking. When I said Lofa was coward, I was laughing.
I said I came to make the point that I'm not a coward.
But you came out and started insulting old nonsense and stuff.
Yeah,
don't even never use that. Don't do that.
You put a names there today.
Yeah.
No, Pewee, you know the problem with you is you want to make a point again. Just like I don't have to have this conversation. I made my point. I felt like we had a guest on the show. We went.
My nephew. Now my nephew. Yeah. Now nephew.
You lie here purposely.
Let's
You lie here purposely to make a case.
Okay.
You want to lie and I can prove you wrong. I had to do what you did. You know why? There's history to how and who utilizing technology.
Listen, there was a point. When I said Lofa was a coward, listen, let me end my statement. When I said Lofa was a coward, I didn't say it was just a joke.
And I'm joking in return.
No, you did not. You came back telling us
we need to dissect the show. We need to let's give our opinion on what we heard tonight.
Gateway, please. Look, we had a show tonight where we invited the deputy spokesperson of the government, the minister was here tonight. There are a lot of people watching the show, and I can tell you, like his job. I told you guys, Isaac Jackson, Eugene Fagon, they held that job, that position he's holding today. They have held it before. That's a tough job in any government because even if the government is doing wrong, they're defending. You saw even the issue of the private jet. We all know that they criticize personnel. We have a flying private jet, and they're doing the same thing. But what he said he got in possession that the jet, the woman flying is not paid for by the Liberian government. So somebody could also say, we also told you that a friend was giving him private jet to fly to. So all the things, his job is not to come and tell us what we want to hear, what the people here want to hear. If you're a UP person, you enjoy him. If you're a CDC person or ANC person, you're not enjoying him. And that's why
I gotta go back to work. My time over.
Can we talk about this issue that's coming up? About this issue that I'm hearing. I may be wrong. I'm hearing that the Liberian National Police is planning the process of arresting some lawmakers tomorrow, linking them to this capital building thing. Who hearing that? That's what I'm hearing.
So here is my take on that, right? It's important we're back to the issues. Here is my take on that. Before I say that, I will say this. Is we've all said before this show that Unity Party came to power based on propaganda, right? And a lot of lies were told. The CDC machinery did not do a great job, and I think they were admit to it, that they did not do a great job with information dissemination, and they did not do a good job during the campaign to really debunk and set right some of these lies and misinformation. And so I don't expect anyone that is involved in information dissemination that protects this government, that speaks on behalf of this government, to come here and say anything factual. But listen, when you are on this platform, you can come and say what you want to say all day. But it is our job now to say, hey, well, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. This is not accurate, right? Because even his explanation about, or his justification about the president, someone asks, okay, let's leave the international flight. Who paid for the flight that the president took from Liberia to Lofa County? And if roads were this president's priority, why is he not setting the example that if Liberians can drive from Monrovia to Lofa County, then I can do the same thing as well? If safety is the issue for the president, then safety should also be the issue for thousands of Liberians who use that corridor for business purposes or to see families or for health purposes or whatsoever. When we talk about safety, we shouldn't just prioritize the president, because again, like I said the last time, the president's safety is just not those who protect him. If there are hungry Liberians and they cannot eat for weeks and months, the president's safety becomes compromised, because guess what? they will do whatever it takes to get to the doorsteps of the president. So the president's safety is just not about his security. It's bigger than that. But let me just say something about this whole investigation. This investigation, I think we spoke about this last night. This investigation was compromised the moment the president went to Capitol building. The president spoke prematurely on this issue. And the president should be the last person to speak on a serious pending investigation before the investigation even starts. For the president to talk about hooligans, right? For the president to talk about the possibility that this situation was arson, and to hear a report carried out by the police, Sylvester Tomalin, that they are coming up with the same conclusion, Dr. Peabody, after the investigation, similar to the president's conclusion, even before the investigation starts. What does that indicate? Because it's clear they cannot come out with any other conclusion that contradict what the president's statements were, premature statements were from the beginning. So how do we trust the police? We talked about credibility last night, that there are professional folks within the police and other security apparatus. I don't disagree with that. But credibility is not just given, it's earned. It's based on how the police have conducted themselves in the past, how they've conducted investigations in the past, how they've conducted criminals in the past, how they conducted citizens that are protesting, how they've done, have they carried out their profession void of politics? If the president tells you that it's arson, then it's arson. How do we trust such a conclusion of an investigation? So this whole investigation has been polarized from the beginning. I cannot trust that. And so for Liberians to believe what actually happened, for us to get the facts on what actually happened, we need an independent investigation, Dr. Peabody. There is no way any Liberian who does not support Unity Party or who does not support this president will believe the foundings so far, because the foundings again speaks or connects to the president's premature statements. He should not have spoken that way. He was wrong. He should have allowed the professional to do their job and come out with a conclusion. He should not have done that, and he did that. And so I don't trust the police. I don't trust this report. I don't trust at all.
Yeah, I mean that report is coming on a lot of criticism. People are criticizing the report, and I think Garguah Coleman and the Minister of Justice will have to come up. They'll have to do more than just that mayor press conference and the fire chief held, because people are really critical of that report, and especially the conclusion they came to. And so right now, in fact, today, I think his chief of staff is in the state. I just got somebody. Apparently, he want to make. I'm sure they want to make some intervention by coming on the show, because they asked him, "You want to reach out to us?" The director police chief of staff, maybe, but I want his boss to come. I don't want him to come and be the one to come and talk. His boss should come on, and so it's very critical. No one would just believe that report, especially so when the police were in charge of that building. They were the one providing security to that building. In fact, I would have thought most of the questions were because when the question that were asked tonight, it became redundant. Because if I know people that asked a particular question already, I will not go around that question. Even if the guests don't answer the question, I will just move on to a more pressing question. I hope somebody will ask that question about this report. It would have been good, because they would have put the government in a position. Because whatever the minister says here tonight is the official position of the Liberian government. It's not his personal information. But for me personally, I've not listened to the entirety of the director of police press conference yesterday. But from what I've been reading and the snippets, I just don't give it credence. I don't want to take it serious.
Let me say something to that report. First of all, I agree with Robert. However, because an investigation has been preempted, because someone preempts something, that doesn't mean that the outcome will always be wrong. I don't want us to because, and here's what I'm saying is, we know that in the past government, President Myean did preempt one other investigation. That investigation had a conclusion. Up to this time, people do not believe that those auditors that got killed, that they actually died. That it is the same thing that happened during Myean time. It is the same thing that is happening here during Baka time. But this one is a little bit confusing for the fact that the police are supposed to be a part of the ones answering questions because they were protecting this building. How come the IG is the one in front of this thing? No, the police themselves need to answer questions. You were there. What happened? What did you see? And now you become the one to be leading the investigation. I find that a little bit not being trustworthy. So I think the government got to be very careful. I just wish all the people that they can lock up, they should know who they're going to arrest and to arrest the right people for the right reason and not just go after people when you don't have the facts on your side.
Yes, and again, that is serious, and the reason why when I just got the call just now from a cycle that I'm hearing, that's what they're trying to do. My point is that we that are now trying to stay in the field of stealing criminal justice policy and process, we have to be a little mindful in terms of, forensic investigation is a very kind of a clock type of system that if you want to indulge into. When this process started, first and foremost, when leaders are trying to prejudice a part of criminal investigation, you try to make it a little more convoluted in terms of how you're going to get the facts and how the facts going to be extracted, if it's going to be forensic-based evidence you're going to gather, or are you gathering on the basis of intelligence gathering. Now, the fact that the president spoke first, when the president spoke first, the system of our country, we do have the kind of imperial presidency in the country. The president spoke first that there was an act of gangsterism, hooliganism, and then that pushed the minister of, the chief of police, the commissioner of police, to come out and say we're going to get them. This act of arson and the rest of it. The police chief concluded. And in investigation, you will have compromised the investigation tremendously in terms of the evidence gathering, in terms of hard issue gathering, because we needed to first and foremost conduct our own investigative skill to understand. Now, you had a fire chief there. The chief fire marshal of our country was also present. Now, to first and foremost, at no level of what we call clinical investigation in terms of forensic, you came out, you just made an arbitrary statement. You didn't know if it was a combustible fire. It was not a flammable issue. You didn't know nothing whatsoever. You came to come. And you first rule out electrical, right? And then you started to say it was somehow criminal. To prove this now, are you acting because the president said it was an act of vandalism or gangsterism or what? Are you acting because the president was mad and he said something, so the police chief have to go and move to certify the course of the president? It's a serious problem. Now, if you were to move to arrest those people in terms of evidence gathering also in the same criminal justice process, how do you basically manufacture the process about pushing the evidence in court so that you will, at the finality of this matter, you have some case to say, hey, I want this on the basis of our investigation, because you're going to go to court. Now, are you also going to arrest those people on the basis of statement? And that's one of them they're going to arrest soon is on the basis of this statement he made that you're going to do this, you're going to do that. Now, is that sufficient to go in court and present that in front of a panel of jurors and you win the case on that basis? So in the case of heavily prejudiced, but the higher up of our country, then the chief investigator of the country, the police, chief law enforcement officer himself, came and said, we're going to do this in the absence of forensic team investigating. How did you come to the conclusion? So I want to see the report first and foremost. I want to see the pattern of the report. If the report was more detailed in getting the facts, or the report was just based on the issue of sentiments or based on science versus investigation. If that was the case, then we'll wait to see what's going to happen in court. The lawyers are going to handle that aspect. But from the investigative perspective, I believe there are a lot of blow in the case. There are a lot of weaknesses from the foundation of it. If you were to push that into court tomorrow, no matter how strong your prosecutors are, I don't think you're going to have a case. So that's just a concern that I have in terms of that. And we have to now apply these things to the professionals to start to do the job. And that's one of the reasons why most of us need to get into those areas now, into different high areas in the country. We have the opportunity to go to school, learn, and help our people. So that we go and provide some of those things. We can't act always just want to talk because Liberian laws to talk. No, we should do something on the fact-based line. It's very important.
Licky hasn't said nothing.
Yeah.
I think, look, that's a country where we witness the speaker being removed. The very police were protecting the other side when they were in the wrong, provided protection, provided support. How can you come up to a rep lawmaker when you have your very police assigned to that place? The very police that you talk about were assigned to the Capitol building.
They said the men abandoned their post.
Okay, they abandoned their post. So what proof? You got no camera.
They go fire them.
You got no camera to prove nothing.
And that's it. And I said it, wasn't right? I said it, yeah. No camera.
And the people that they sure that the building was secure. The police did that before the fire happened.
But guys, you know, while we're talking about our country, it's a breaking news in America. I don't know. Just watch what happens tomorrow. The Supreme Court of the United States just voted 5-4 that President Trump will be sentenced. They were lined up to they say they voted that sentencing in New York will proceed tomorrow, 10 days before the man is already there. So that means the Supreme Court saying we're going to sentencing tomorrow.
No, no. Is the Supreme Court? No. That is not denial.
No jail time, man. No, it doesn't count. No jail time.
There is no jail time.
There's no jail time. There's no fun.
It's unprecedented. We're not seeing it before in America. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
You say it comes from the Supreme Court, it comes from the judge.
That's Supreme
Court.
That's
a leaky comment.
Before that 5-4.
That thing broke about 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago.
Can Saliki, can you come in, please, sir?
Yes. Nobody above the law.
So, but he could also be sentenced and then serve his sentencing in jail while he's president again. Happy.
No, there's no jail term. The Senate that we know
have a prison and before, but we'll see tomorrow.
That's a leaky charming small guy.
Yes, it was a great show. So I'm going to take those. And Brother Robert, I just want to take this time to apologize. You know, you were disrespected by Daniel Sano. But that is what you do. You know, Daniel Sano, if you say he's a minister of deputy information minister, it's because of the kind of disrespect he ran out to people. And publicly, the people who are watching this show tonight, you know, they are witness to the kind of disrespect Daniel Sano is giving. Even in his capacity as Deputy Minister of Information, whenever people come on Facebook and express a disagreement with the government, the way you respond to people, Daniel Sano is always Facebook posts. You know, so I just want to apologize. And that is him right there. And for him to come and say you're talking to a minister, what's the standard of being a minister in Liberia? You insult people, and then when they want to be minister, that's all insult.
Now what country?
Yeah, you know, Daniel came here today to provoke people. That's his job. He will provoke you. You get mad, and then you try to go. That was the problem because the question was difficult. He couldn't answer it, so he put it right back on you to make you mad. Exactly what he came for, you know. And then our reaction, that's what made it happen. You know, this stuff.
So from just want to about the capital building, you know, about the capital building, Shanghai. What I have to say about this is this. I just want to ask a question to everybody, maybe the audience listening to us. You know, this is something we do in Liberia. When the rule of law is broken, nobody's concerned about it. How did we get here today? The burning down of the capital building. Yes, it was wrong for people to wake up and go and break the capital. How did we get here? You found somebody right. The person went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave a ruling that this what you guys were doing, security block was illegal, but still you're continuing doing illegal things. And today, when people go to court, for example, in the case of Europe, when people are right, they go to court, and then the court rule in our favor. And then you ignore that. What do you expect them to do? And nobody that. Otherwise, we are only concerned about the capital building is burned down. We need justice and stuff. But how did we get here? So you think everybody will be a fanatical speaker? You know, how do you call this man? Eddie Snow and the other speaker they remove illegally. Everybody, I just said to people when you violate that right, they can respond in different ways. And so the president went to the Capitol building and said, "We have an institution in this country. When you are this high, you can go to the institution to get a redress." But on the contrary, you know, the majority of black went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave a ruling, and that ruling was disrespected to the extent that the Capitol building got burned in the process. And now they are falsely accusing people. The president's statement at the grounds of the Capitol building say no matter what they do, we'll still build. What don't we know what even take that kind of thinking for? That people force into the you know, they would not even want the progress of the country or the country to progress. But again, this United States, they are not going to do anything different. The people who are and that UP or the rescue mission will get on about to tell things that they can continue to keep hope open. 1 year already gone. We have 5 more years.
Yeah,
and
but
those guys every
5
time
more years, but
and then
we're wasting time because what happened? The same thing will happen. Look, let me tell you something. I've seen no change that will happen. No change will happen in the next 5 years in the political landscape.
Oh, you believe that?
Oh, well, I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying. First of all, you got an opposition that still they are fragmented. You think they are together? No. And mind you, the party in power, the guys are consolidating. The guys are not. The guys know, look. Let me tell you something. The guys know that they're making mistakes. They know that anybody come to power now, will come after them. So they will give it easily. They will fight. You see, look, that what happened? You see, Trump fought his way back to power. He fought his way back to power and he got reelected. And Trump come in now. Trump said, "I know I'm running again. My last 4 year I got, so I will do what I can do."
But the Supreme Court, they might just find Trump. They can't send him to jail. There's very Supreme Court that say they can. They want rule that you cannot persecute a former president or something like that.
But they're ruling in the favor of a state. There's a state, so that one they finish it's taken, but so they left with the state now. But I'm sure what will happen.
But I'm not seeing anything on the news. I'm seeing you said the Supreme.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing
breaking news.
Yeah, but New York coming. Is that the New York Supreme Court?
The U.S. Supreme Court.
Eh?
The U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's true. I just saw it.
Breaking news. I was saying
breaking news. You don't want that.
It's on CNN. It's on
you got
CNN.
it alert. Hey,
okay.
Put your phone. Pewee, update your phone. You get alerts. You get
I'm watching TV. Yeah, I'm seeing
it. It is. I'm seeing it. It's on
the Tomalin.
Yeah, Robert.
Tomalin, to your point of Trump. Look, I don't know. A lot of people who did not support Trump have no hope that Trump will do anything better.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know, I'm worried that he could end birthright citizenship. I'm worried about that because I think he's very on hand, and I think that what he says he does. But my hope here is that the system here will not just allow Trump, unless he's just going to pull forth an executive order. The system will not allow Trump to do certain things. Now, when you compare that to Liberia, you just said something very profound. Yes. Trump will never run again. And I'm so happy that this is his last term running. If it was up to Trump, Trump will be president of the United States forever. But thank God we have a democracy.
Maybe left-hand president. You can do it.
But Joseph Boakai, this is Joseph Boakai. I believe, Sylvester, that the Peabody, Ben, I believe that there is no way Joseph Boakai can run for re-election come 2029. There is absolute Joseph Boakai. There is no way. I'm being for real. There is no way that I can see Joseph Boakai possibly having. Look, I saw the man trying to get on the private jet going to Ghana recently.
How about Joe Biden?
You saw how he was struggling to get up the
How about Joe Biden, Robert?
That's what I'm saying. But the health. Look,
nobody if you walk in by like a zombie.
Joe Biden throughout his life have been given the opportunity to build up his health. The man got one of the best health.
I mean, Boakai have not been in society to Joe Biden a year.
Boakai has been on the mercy of other politicians and God. let me tell you something. Do you think that Joseph, look, he's in a good space right now. So for the next 6 years, I expect him to be very, very healthy. But again, you have to put your health first. If he was my pops, I want my pops to be able to give back to his country and come to a point where I say, you know what, I've done my piece now. It's time for me to enjoy my retirement.
Wow, start seeing it, man. You are your pops. Wow, woman. You are your pops, man. The president, you the president, so you go to the come on, now you're
Bravo.
That's a difference.
Let me friend, right?
And now
you think they play Jojo right now? Jojo,
but that's why he has 6 years. He has 6 years to have the fun.
The one for 2 years. 2 years.
You got 6 years to have that fun. But let me tell you something. It's not about how long you're there, right? It's about what you do with the time you're there. You don't have to steal, right? But you can still live a presidential lifestyle after you've left power. You can still live a good lifestyle after you left power if you invest properly with what you've earned, not what you've stolen. But again, I think a lot of Liberians, even die-hard UPists, people who support Joseph Boakai, I think they will frown on the idea of his re-election, tapping the ballot come 2029. People may not support him just because they feel like he's not in a good shape to be president of Liberia.
If they benefit, they will care less. It
might benefit the people in his close corner. I'm talking about the masses, the voters.
They don't care about the country. They care about themselves.
Right? You understand our country politics. The people will spend money. They will spend money to the local people to spend some money capital, and then when election against surprising it.
I don't see that happening. Look, that performance so far. I said last night, I give this government 10. I give this government 10 out of 100. Just because Joseph Boakai was elected.
They still have 5 years to go. It's possible.
5 years to go.
Yes,
they got 5 years to go. But look, they said when Christmas will be good enough on the eve. The first 1 year has been a total chaos.
But
lack of leadership and lawlessness. I don't see how this is going to not to cut you up. You look in 2 days. You have the State of the Nation address. There's another public disgrace to the country might be on the horizon with regards to who preside over that State of the Nation address.
We got another breaking news again. They got another extension.
Yeah, but listen, they can get a man. They can get a man all the extension. At the end of the day, he's
for what?
Yeah, Ronaldo. They got another extension.
For who?
They can get a man all the extension all day. They talking about the criminal from Spoon.
What extension?
They convicted criminal from Spoon. Yeah.
But no, listen. So if the truth is another extension, then I mean that's something going on. I mean, he may serve maybe he's serving his process for whom?
No, not how it works.
Yeah.
No,
but
that's not happening. That's not happening.
No,
that's not happening. That's not. Look, there have been letters. There have been letters.
I would rather praise this. I would admire him for doing that.
There have been letters. There have been letters written about Stanton's good behavior.
Okay, but then
the extension that he's been granted is part of that. But I'll tell you this.
But those extension is unprecedented.
Those letters would not result in Stanton being incarcerated at home. He will go to jail one way.
Let me say this to you. It's possible. I will ask somebody. It's possible in this country. That's a white collar crime, right? It's possible that with all these things, sometimes, for instance, the man come and say, some of these things I do because of this thing happened, I was involved into this kind of a process. Your Honor, I want to really repent. Part of this is a therapy for me to help fight corruption in my country. That's one of the reasons. Yeah, evidence is. But yes, why you don't understand this?
No, but what people say,
evidence says what I do. I'm doing these things in my country, Your Honor. You have the video. You see the man, be passionate. We expose the people. We expose American judges.
But
right? So that may be the case. Lawyers.
Man, let's move on with our show, man. Let's not discuss it, man. Yeah, man. Let's move on with our show.
But
the man's a political commentator, so we got to discuss it, right? But let me get credit to he and the lawyers. They're doing very well. I respect
people with long extensions, just like that before.
Yeah, it's happened before. It's not unprecedented.
No. It is. This is unprecedented.
No.
Do you know why it's unprecedented? Do you know why it's unprecedented? In many cases in the society here, folks want to go and give a kind of a blank or do kind of a check.
No, you have to prove.
The check was heavy.
No, you have to prove why the extension should be granted. They have done that effectively.
Yes, and that's why I said they're very good in doing it. And they may eventually use that as an end game to they say, oh no, but they may in the process, maybe they're renting out the man staff in those time in your house.
And let me tell you,
you'll be surprised when they year the man on 4-year parole now, and it's done.
No.
No, we having conversation with American lawyers. Don't say no.
Pewee, they make it not because of people like us who write the code. You know the same way how they put
nothing. Why you write code? Man, you can go to work and work. Why are you come from the code?
Pewee, listen to me.
Why are you come from the code?
Pewee, do you know how I always write the code?
You can't do every day. I can't write a code. They draw a very long letter. I say, Your Honor, this man been impacting the country positively in terms of the fight against corruption. Yeah.
Well, Pewee, look. You see, look.
I would do. Yeah, Liberia brother, we gotta stop on him too.
Listen, the criminal will go to jail. The criminal will go to jail.
That's my personal line.
Yeah.
Listen,
the criminal will go to jail.
No matter how long it takes.
Nothing.
It will do nothing.
Pewee, listen to me. Let me tell you something. You know, sometimes I watch these shows when they always say, "Oh, you know, when John was in power, they used to be doing that, be doing that, be doing that." The reason why we were effective is because everybody was writing, people were doing stuff. But see, this is just saying that you're not doing anything. Pewee, if I tell you how many letters a day that I can write about all different things in the world.
And why? So you can just write a letter aimlessly, right?
No, I write from my interest. And
so people let
me tell you, one person cannot make an
that's what it is.
Pewee, one person cannot make an impact. Move on, man. We 4 or 5 persons to do this thing. You gotta do it consistently.
Yeah, but I don't want to. But
you guys doing late night show.
But Ben,
and you know what I read about, Pewee? I write as a nurse. That's how I'm fighting the judge. All of my letter.
They are writing. That judge when consideration not major. Nothing consideration.
Ben,
here's
what.
When I say be ready against a man do.
Ben,
yes.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Ben.
Okay, I will write here if I was telling the judge the man's of repentant soul.
He's compassionate. I agree. Here's why I agree with you. I think that the communication arm or the defense arm of the opposition have already been giving this government a free pass. Because when George Weah took power, and a lot of people have admitted to this, on day one, George Weah was being criticized. On day one,
everybody was on him. Yeah,
everybody was on George
Weah. They drum on him from day one.
Day one, he did not get space to breathe. He did not get the opportunity of what they call honeymoon. They've made all of the different excuses. Oh, the government's on honeymoon. Oh, honeymoon period is over. He did not get the honeymoon period, and these boys did that effectively. One of the things that this opposition and seditions have not done, they have not been able to really come on national radio. You don't have to be disrespectful, and line by line outline the failures of this government, the lies of this government, the fact that they came to power basically on promises that they had no idea how to resolve. Looked at what's happening to MedTech. Why have they not been able to undo MedTech? They criticize MedTech just like they criticize the pay scaling in Liberia. They criticize MedTech. You know the reason why they have not been able to undo many of these things they criticize? Because they had no idea. They said George Weah came to power unprepared. But in this first 1 year and George Weah 1 year, who government looks more unprepared? This government seems to be they have absolutely no. It almost seemed like they had given up that George Weah would have been re-elected for his second term. They have absolutely no idea what they're doing. And so when people like Daniel Sandel come on this platform and try to paint a picture that does not reflect the reality, the seditions should be out here outraged. They should be on the radio. They should be coming on this platform, debunking these lies, line by line. But they have not done that. I'm not sure if they're waiting for 2020 line will be too late.
Robert, what are you saying? After you on the show, let's show last night, and you came very strong. People told me, I told somebody come in the morning. I said, but listen, I said, Robert, not sedition. I say he is expecting to be coming on the show and be doing it for y'all. On a serious note, and if we come on the show and try to play that role, they'll say, oh, but then you guys are opposition platform, you guys are one way, you guys are one way. But so if you want to come and debunk and come and take that right now, the UP 4 years, they already ended. Come after them, prepare so you know what happening. We're waiting for the sonar. The minute the sonar ends, we'll come. If we pay our way to come for first time on a closing argument, we'll pay our way come and debunk the first year. But if you expect for Peabody, Robert, Jonah, Lofa, Pewee, then we can't defend it, then you'll be wasting your time. Don't get mad because look, the platform is we're gonna make it to be one way. So tomorrow, then we live at the mercy of few people. No, we gotta open the platform to everybody. Come and make your case. Come and go. I read a letter today from Twitter against Professor Tenney. And to be from you, Twitter outlined it good. He went after them one by one. On you making the contract between the UP and the CDC first year. He did it later good, but now that kind of letter Twitter wrote, somebody can come and double down on our letter. But because if he's not coming to do it, somebody's come and do it. Because you're going to take your time and say, well, we'll take our time to come and talk about the letter. No, it's not time for us, not time for the partisan politics here. When that time comes, but right now, we're here to run a show, run a platform. So send somebody say, look, go, the letter that Twitter wrote, go and dump it down on it. Go on the closing argument and raise that issue by it. And make your case. That there's somebody will come and say, look.
Look at what we've listen, lawlessness has been a major issue in this administration, and it has continued into 2025. Watch and see what happened during the State of the Nation address, because as we speak right now, we all know who should be the presiding officer at that State of the Nation address, Fanati Kofa. But if the president is brave enough to travel with the illegal representative Richard Cohn to Ghana, if the president is brave enough to do that, I foresee that the president is brave enough to manipulate anything. But how would they explain that Richard Cohn will be given the Guar? You can't explain that constitutionally. And Fanati Kofa, his folks will not allow that to happen. You know what? They could interrupt the State of the Nation address on a constitutional basis. And that's a public disgrace.
But two things.
No, they're gonna have the police as usual.
Exactly.
No, but the police will not. The police cannot control. They can stop representative process. It's a legislative process.
The police doing all kind of stuff.
First of all, what happened? You see, for example, right on tomorrow the 10th, right? Okay, tomorrow Supreme Court was supposed to finally rule in the information that Kofa Black filed for to see clarity for them to explain the opinion they rendered that they made confusing. So Supreme Court will say tomorrow we'll listen to it. Number two, on that day, you will see Richard Cohn will go to the place, take a seat, and start making the announcement. Because I know Kofa would not go there. I don't believe you will be attend or be in the country.
No, he has to go. It's a legislative process. Someone will call the process to order.
The speaker will do it. The speaker want to preside. Because before the president gave his the two bodies got to come in joint session, and in order to do it, the speaker got to preside and say, "I now call this session to order." So now, then somebody from the house will say, "I move that the Senate will now concur." So now, who will do that one? That's what we'll see. It has
to be Kofa.
I mean, if you go there, then we'll see. If not,
so this is what we expect the opposition, because CDC is the largest opposition, like it or not. This is what we expect. And you know what? And I've told these folks internally, this is the mistake that they made during the campaign, because everyone got so comfortable. There were things that CDC achieved during the duration of their government that people did not even know. The vice president had to come on this platform to talk about some of the things that they had done, in different counties that no one actually knew about. And so they're giving too much breathing space to this government. They have not been aggressive enough. And again, you can be aggressive and factual all at the same time. We can't do their jobs for them. My job is to push back on folks who are giving misinformation. But I can't do the job.
You are done both for them. Like last night, you really keep on them strong.
There are two things that they can do. If for any reason, if they prevent the speaker, the other guys who are there, in the midst of the public, they can always put up a motion.
Yes,
just put up
right.
kind of critical motion.
But
But Ben, the person who present, for instance, right? If I know that you
just keep disrupting, you keep disrupting.
They will put you outside.
They'll put you outside. And then make you know it can happen here.
Last year, wait, let me remind you. Last year, you get trying to disrupt a person. We ask people what happened. They put you outside.
That only one man.
No, but it was only one person. It wasn't a legislative process at the time.
How many of them?
It wasn't about who the speaker
was. You're talking like I don't know
that. That's you address.
They put respect in the law in our country.
They cover black. They already breaking apart. So my name already Romeo Guar is not going already. I think the majority they say they're gonna work with them. They're gonna go make a demand. What will happen? If police can put 1%.
That country got no law.
Send for go one police and I forgot to again. Send for go one police. Send talking there. You ain't for go again. And you went silent.
Yeah. But listen, I think waiting until 2029 or 2028 is not a good strategy. It's not a good political strategy because again, you have to put this government feet to the fire. You have to hold them accountable for what they say they do. Depending on they're not doing it.
Depending on what?
The people that new group that coming out. I want to address it because you see, when you see people in the country doing stuff, when those representatives doing something, then some of the letters that other people can send will make sense.
We're very optimistic about the future.
Kofa has security as well.
They don't have law in our country.
Yeah, but he has the right to that security. He's still the speaker. He has security.
Wow.
Whatever decision the executive made does not negate the fact that he's the legitimate speaker.
Wow. The people do not have laws in our country. They violated our conscience.
I agree.
So they violated our conscience. They don't care. So they can just go and
I
block
agree. But politically, any interruption to the president's State of the Nation address could be a total embarrassment to the country. So what I'm saying is these seditions, the leaders in CDC, you can still be peaceful and be fearless when it comes to how you hold this government accountable. I don't think the ban is possible.
We work. We did a lot in opposition to move this way. Now you want to do the same again when you guys you in draw citizens. You won't be sitting down and do nothing.
They probably have a strategy, man.
But Benjamin Jonah, if somebody look at your profile picture, they will say about it, man. Man, you have I mean, come on, man.
That picture is highly psychological.
No, what the person get down to look is if I know you right,
you don't know.
If I know you right, and if I look at something, if I see a picture, I'll say, man, I move apart from that quick. I wouldn't look.
The psychology behind that picture is bigger than what you think. Trust me.
No, listen, I know you, so I know it. But if other people who know, they say they see it, that papa quick.
Listen, I gotta go, guys. But let me say, I will probably come back on the late night show. But let me say, man, there was a good show. Listen, so any government official out there, you know, your people are my people. Ask them about me. Your people are my people. Oh, their whole relevancy business. Y'all stop their own bluff, man. Y'all stop. Yeah, your people are my people. We need to have this substantive discussion. Let's talk about. Don't be afraid to come here. We will treat you with the utmost respect. But again, we are not here to hand feed you. We are not here to babysit you, and you will not be given.
Please, our president first, press secretary is coming here. Who is coming?
No, but I think Kula. Listen. In as much as I have serious disagreement with Kula, I think she has the ability to hold her own, and we can have a very great conversation. That does not derail to a personal attack, right?
But her job is not. Don't forget now. Her job now. She directly with the president, so she will protect.
Listen, you can protect the president. Listen, a lot of the Tomalin. The problem here is this, right? A lot of these deputy minister of information, Donald Sanders is not media trained. He does not. I don't think he has the kind of sophistication, right? Because again, even when people are asking tough questions, as a media person and as someone who is highly sophisticated, that's a way to intrude. That's a way to kind of pivot. Look. What's his name? Summer Twe? he was good at that. People didn't like the man, but he still had to communicate. He was very good at taking questions, tough questions. People ask him all kinds of questions he did not have the answer to, or he had political answers to, and he was able to pivot the question. When you come on this platform, you got to be media trained. You got to be highly educated to be able to ask.
Robert, I'll say this: those who have had that job, right? Let me give an example. I can Ben quickly, right?
To be honest, come on, one second. To be honest, the guy threw the first punch, but I think he used the word and not really. He was not conscious of that word being an insult. Because he used it loosely and he was not even aware because he kept going. But when you remind
somebody sent him a text. I want to say someone sent him a text.
Yeah, but when you remind him, right, those who are done with correction.
Yeah,
but you hold
it, man. But you can't say when it bother with you. You can't say when it bother with you and asking me if I'm a logical person.
But listen, so who had that job, right? For instance, do it man each time when Alex Jackson had that job. I mean, when Alex Jackson when he had that job there, I think I think you or somebody attacked Manasali. Alex Jackson told him, say when you're in a position, he said go sell your scratch car.
No, not Alex Jackson. It was the current Minister of Information, Jeremiah Pierre. When he was Deputy Minister of Press and Public Affairs.
Yeah, then he said,
go
say your scratch car. When Fagan was CDC in our job, when come here attacking, he said, go sell Coca-Cola. Ain't look that job that position in that job they come with that all they get paid to do.
Like Pierre said he was a scratch car setter. And Simon Freeman was running a glorified video club.
Then Fagan say, come and say, come and go sell Coca-Cola. You know what I was doing? How did do?
Generally,
but listen, but you see,
glorified video club.
But even those kinds of joke, right? They're lightheaded, right? People don't take those things seriously. But again, when you start making statements like, "Are you a logical person?" The person asking Sylvester, the person asking the question should be intelligently superior. You can't be asking someone who is more intelligent than you. Are you a logical person?
Robert, when you're being approached by your question, you said, I think you referred to what he said. You said something that he said earlier. He said nobody logical would think that would do that.
So would think that.
Directly referring to him. That's how he took it. You see
well, I wasn't referring to him. But what I was saying is the reality. You can defend the government. Listen, there are talking points, right? When you come on this platform, the insiders, the Ministry of Information, those guys will meet. I know how this stuff works. They will meet and there are talking points. It don't seem like Daniel Seno had a talking point. He was very incoherent. He didn't have a talking point.
He was
the appointment was made, I think 4 or 5 days, so he can prepare. You know, I mean,
but it didn't seem he was prepared to answer the question.
The question you're asking, it's something the government has answer for. So you expect let me friend.
Well, when the press secretary come here, we will call the press secretary. But listen. We will have a fierce discussion. Sylvester, we will not allow people to come here and not be checked. We will debunk. We will erect
Listen, when I see my question to him was he aware that Homogenization was part of the War Bank program? And he didn't respond to that. Like he said,
no, he had no idea.
He would have told me. So he had no idea.
Yeah, but because Ben, some question you asked the person, like if you notice the question that Lofa and Larry asked about job creation. Okay, you see, I think people are question too. Then he said,
he was just all over the place. I told him how the government had created.
How you do it?
And he was just went a day. He came down. He went out. He came down.
Even Professor tried to ask him a question about job. Professor asked him about job creation. The numbers. When you come on the show, you should have some kind of. I even asked him how many people are in the employ of the government. He doesn't even know. Minister, if you are the deputy spokesperson, nobody got that information, Sylvester. You should know. You should have some sort of facts to these kind of things. You can just come in and start spewing out lies, and you expect us to let you get away with it. And they're gonna ask me, "Are you a logical person?" Come on, my brother.
2029, our government 2029.
And then the man say, "I'm trying to get relevant," and he just spent.
Our government 2029, I will be the information minister. So I will answer all your questions.
You will say get job ready. You see it? You make a job ready in the government. No, the message with confidence.
I will having the show tomorrow.
I will tell people
I will still bring the lady on tomorrow, Tomalin.
Which one now? Which lady? From the judge lady?
Yeah.
Oh, you're working on it. I mean, I know.
But hey, I saw Jonathan talking good about Jetty too again.
Yeah.
I told you. I told about Jetty. Jetty is known. So having a show, over that show, I need 2-3 days. Put a picture up that we're having a show.
Yeah, we got to do it 2-3 days.
Tomorrow Friday,
yeah.
Let's have it Monday.
Let's do it next week.
Yeah, we can't let that woman down. We can't let those people down. We had that on the
next week. Next week, we can bring that woman.
The man that said Jetty saving jobs in Liberia.
Jetty saving jobs.
All the whole company, if we're running away, the man save job.
Can you imagine the Minister of Information talk about government concluding talks with investors as an accomplishment?
Yeah, like an accomplishment.
He asking for how many jobs? He can't tell you how many jobs.
They can invest in the country.
Concluding talks. How is that an accomplishment?
The man after the conclusion of the talk, they may create 3,000 jobs in May.
Yeah, 3,000 jobs.
I mean, no. No, but in hindsight, you expect the man to come and say,
no.
They perform poorly.
I mean, he did a good job, though.
He did a good job. I meant job.
No, I commend him for coming on. But what I'm saying is, certain things you can't just say to
But I say, I can't come and say, oh, we in talk will create jobs.
Oh no, because the argument was
that was a good job. That was a good job.
Because one of y'all said they took 15 trips abroad this last year, and what would the result on the trip? So I'm telling you all the results. So that they already coming from the
because he tried. He's there yet now. When he can't answer the question, he gets on your skin, and then he try to make you.
Yes.
And then he said, look at the buildings we inherited. We have renovated all those buildings. How was that an accomplishment?
No, but my brother had to, honestly, right? I was asking, what are you doing, Robert Chin? Let me be frank.
No, you know, he was trying to give Robert a chance.
Yes.
To ask
and Robert fell for it.
Robert fell for easy.
No, but
he was trying to
it's a distraction. We got serious amount of people watching. We're having a serious conversation with the deputy spokesman.
Robert, you fell for it.
What got to do with anything?
Robert, Myean, apparently they've been watching the show and say, okay, they may have been one of the aggressive men that count after people. So that I would get and didn't succeed because when he started see it, he succeeded.
But he didn't answer my question, but it didn't stop me from making the point.
He took you off balance.
Sylvester, I said Tomalin.
The man will you off balance. So he started.
Listen, Raul don't get mad, but Raul like, I'm telling you.
The man took you off balance.
Tomalin, please tell the minister.
He said nonsense.
Please tell the minister of being Liberia, and when I come, I will give him the chin here. I will give him the chin when I come to Liberia.
Don't figure that guy on that way for bringing people.
The man want to that different attack that I made there to get you and got you.
Artificial sympathy. When you start looking through the timeline, people start saying, "Oh, we know, but probably to the
yeah." So I came out. They told him to leave. He said, "I want for 15 more minutes." Why are you leaving? We just started the show.
You can't fire man. Message one coming. I watching Lana too. Me, I watching last night. Watching another show there. He did fire man, right?
So he called him my man and I. He said, "Man, lead it, man." He called him my man. Come on, man.
Okay, that Daniel. I remember asking him one question. He said, "Oh, Peabody." That question, he said, "I'm trying to be something." When I asked him the question, I said, "It's true that you know how many jobs you created, and me, you haven't created no job." He said, "I'm being sarcastic." I almost said something to him, but I said, "No, this man, I care. Let me just roll with him, continue rolling, and stuff like that." But
then he said something that was very funny, right? He asked me from logical, right? He said he literally justified why the police brutalized protesters because protesters were throwing stones. Then he turned around and said, "Well, I'm not trying to justify, but y'all want to justify why the protesters should go and brutalize the police. You literally just justify that the police have the right to brutalize protesters because they're throwing rocks. But the police have more training than civilians. So the police job is to de-escalate certain things and not escalate unnecessarily.
I agree to we got to speak against the way they put it in. But LeBron Megan also said let's also. Let agree right on a serious note. The way we treat our police in our country is not a good thing. They don't respect the police. And here in this place, you go rock, even sometimes when you're in your car, just like you, one minute, you shaking your car here, so now for what? Pay you. Just like you when the parking is shaking the car against on you, then he's taking rock to you expect, and he said something that
so all I put it on count tonight. So that's all I put on count tonight.
Okay, I created it.
All right, guys, but let me go. I'll come back on the late night.
There's a new link.
But let me tell the listening audience, thank you so much. We're here for you. You know, we are here for. We're not gonna be discouraged. We're here for you, and we are here to discuss the issues. And the discussion have got to be issue oriented. That's what we're here for. We don't here to talk about people cheering that kosu and that shirt. No, because the minister is the minister. Look at the way he appeared on the show today. He didn't appear like he appeared like an oil seller.
When whom he said, "Come on now, Ipa." But
the man retired already for the day.
Wow, that picking that keen to provoke people. That all. You can see how the man responded to some questions. He know it.
I've been sensitive to his head.
Down to the 16 billion. He knows that there is not a 16 billion issue, but he knows that if he puts it out there, it will give him a lot of.
Do you know what our government? What would Daniel Sender be? I could probably hire him, but the man can't say we want to be relevant at his expense. Oh, you want to be relevant at the government?
Yeah. So the reason why the guy government, the man in a different league now.
Yeah. Right? Different league now.
Yeah, he's a different
league. That's why when the league government, that's what can happen sometimes. When the league government, it can be hard for them sometimes because again, when you're in government, you got to build bridges. You can burn bridges. You never know who you're interacting with. Because you're in government doesn't mean that you should be. No, you have to be respectful because you will need me. Maybe I might need you one day. Maybe you might need me one day. Government job is not forever.
No, absolutely. I'm very close to the Senator Kanga. Very close to that.
Oh, he close to that, eh? I think the pirate told him.
But the man working in Yombly office, Yombly staff.
The last time I saw him, I don't know that day our Yombly's house. We saw him all the time together that day. I did that. You were still looking for a vice president stay. I remember that day. Yeah.
All right, guys. But thanks to the audience for listening, man. Thanks to the audience.
So guys, we'll be the late night show comes on in the next 15 minutes. You get set for the late night show, okay? Coming back.
So you sent the link, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So you sleep, man? You can't sleep at night?
Me? Who, me?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't sleep. How they call the thing? What thing is sleeping then?
I thought you like sleeping late night.
No, I like sleeping late now. I go to bed around. No, I got my time to go to bed.
It's finished. I don't have much. It's finished. I go to bed.
What is on here? What is on here?
All right, guys.
Garguah. OOLEFO.
It's finished. I took call to get outside.
Yeah, it's cool, buddy.
But y'all please, y'all tell the press secretary to come. Let them come. Y'all come on the closing argument, man. Y'all come. Get out of your comfort zones and come.
I tell Ben, if you listening, please tell my son you.
No, but Ben, I let that man out.
Yeah,
I want to tell him. If you are tuned, please don't forget. Everybody say it,